Book 9, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. While these affairs in distant places passed, the various heirs Juno sends with haste to find bold Turnus, who with anxious thought the secret shade of his great grandsire sought. Retir'd alone, she found the daring man, and op'd her rosy lips, and thus began: "What none of all the gods could grant thy vows, that Turnus this auspicious day bestows. Aeneas, gone to seek th' Arcadian prince, has left the Trojan camp without defence, and, short of succours there, employs his pains in parts remote to raise the Tuscan swains. Now snatch an hour that favours thy designs, unite thy forces, and attack their lines." This said, on equal wings she pois'd her weight, and form'd a radiant rainbow in her flight. The Daunian hero lifts his hands, eyes, and thus invokes the goddess as she flies: "Iris, the grace of heav'n, what pow'r divine Has sent thee down thro' dusky clouds to shine? See, they divide; immortal day appears, And glitt'ring planets dancing in their spheres. With joy these happy omens I obey, And follow to the war the god that leads the way." Thus having said, as by the brook he stood, He scoop'd the water from the crystal flood. Then with his hands the drops to heav'n he throws, And loads the pow'rs above with offer'd vows. Now march the bold confederates thro' the plain, Well horsed, well clad, a rich and shining train. Messapus leads the van, and in the rear The sons of Tyrrheus in bright arms appear. In the main battle, with his flaming crest, The mighty Turnus tow'rs above the rest. Silent they move, majestically slow, Like ebbing Nile, or Ganges in his flow. The Trojans view the dusty cloud from far, And the dark menace of the distant war. Caicus from the rampires saw it rise, Black'ning the fields, and thick'ning thro' the skies. Then to his fellows thus aloud he calls: "What rolling clouds, my friends, approach the walls? Arm, arm, and man the works; prepare your spears And pointed darts; the Latian host appears." Thus warn'd, they shut their gates, with shouts ascend The bulwarks, and secure their foes attend. For their wise gen'ral, with foreseeing care, Had charg'd them not to tempt the doubtful war, Nor, tho' provok'd, in open fields advance, But close within their lines attend their chance. Unwilling, yet they keep the strict command, And sorely await in arms the hostile band. The fiery Turnus flew before the rest; A piebald steed of Thracian strain he press'd. His helm of massy gold, and crimson was his crest, With 20 horse to second his designs. An unexpected foe he fac'd the lines. "Is there," he said, "in arms, who bravely dare His leader honour, and his danger share?" Then spurring on, his brandish'd dart he threw, In sign of war. Applauding shouts ensue. Amaz'd to find a dastard race that run Behind the rampires, and the battle shun, He rides around the camp with rolling eyes, And stops at ev'ry post, and ev'ry passage tries. So roams the nightly wolf about the fold, Wet with descending show'rs, and stiff with cold. He howls for hunger, and he grins for pain; His gnashing teeth are exercis'd in vain, And impotent of anger finds no way In his distended paws to grasp the prey. The mothers listen, but the bleating lambs Securely swig the dug beneath the dams. Thus ranges eager Turnus o'er the plain, Sharp with desire, and furious with disdain. So weighs each passage with a piercing sight, To force his foes in equal field to fight. Thus while he gazes round, at length he spies where, fenc'd with strong redoubts, their navy lies. Close underneath the walls the washing tide secures from all approach this weaker side. He takes the wish'd occasion, fills his hand with ready fires, and shakes a flaming brand. Urg'd by his presence, every soul is warm'd, and every hand with kindled fires is arm'd. From the fir'd pines the scattering sparkles fly; fat vapours mix'd with flames involve the sky. What pow'r, O Muses, could avert the flame Which threaten'd in the fleet the Trojan name? Tell; for the fact, thro' length of time obscure, Is hard to faith, yet shall the fame endure. 'Tis said that, when the chief prepar'd his flight, And fell'd his timber from Mount Ida's height, the grandam goddess then approach'd her son, And with a mother's majesty begun. "Grant me," she said, "the sole request I bring, Since conquer'd heav'n has own'd you for its king. On Ida's brows, for ages past, there stood, With firs and maples fill'd, a shady wood; And on the summit rose a sacred grove, Where I was worshipp'd with religious love. Those woods, that holy grove, my long delight, I gave the Trojan prince to speed his flight. Now, fill'd with fear, on their behalf I come: Let neither winds o'erset, nor waves intomb The floating forests of the sacred pine, But let it be their safety to be mine." Then thus replied her awful son, who rolls The radiant stars, and heav'n and earth controls: "How dare you, mother, endless state demand For vessels moulded by a mortal hand? What then is fate? Shall bold Aeneas ride, Of safety certain, on th' uncertain tide? Yet what I can, I grant. When, wafted o'er, The chief is landed on the Latian shore, Whatever ships escape the raging storms, At my command shall change their fading forms To nymphs divine, and plow the wat'ry way, Like Dotis and the daughters of the sea. To seal this sacred vow, by Styx he swore The lake of liquid pitch, the dreary shore, And Phlegethon's innavigable flood, And the black regions of his brother god." He said, and shook the skies with his imperial nod. And now, at length, the number'd hours were come, Prefix'd by fate's irrevocable doom, When the great mother of the gods was free To save her ships, and finish Jove's decree. First, from the quarter of the morn there sprung A light that sign'd the heavens, and shots along. Then, from a cloud fring'd round with golden fires, Were timbrels heard, and very Cynthian choirs. And, last, a voice with more than mortal sounds Both hosts in arm'd oppos'd, with equal horror wounds. "O Trojan race, your needless aid forbear, And know, my ships are my peculiar care. With greater ease the bold Rutulian may With hissing brands attempt to burn the sea. Then singe my sacred pines; but you may charge, Loos'd from your crooked anchors, launch at large. Exalted each a nymph, forsake the sand, And swim the seas at Cybele's command." No sooner had the goddess ceas'd to speak, When lo! th' obedient ships their hawsers break; And, strange to tell, like dolphins in the main, They plunge their prows, and dive and spring again. As many beauteous maids the billows sweep, As rode before tall vessels on the deep. The foes, surpris'd, with wonder stood aghast. Messapus curb'd his fiery coursers' haste. Old Tiber roar'd, and, raising up his head, Call'd back his waters to their oozy bed. Turnus alone, undaunted, bore the shock, And with these words his trembling troops bespoke: "These monsters for the Trojans' fate are meant, And are, by Jove, for black presages sent." He takes the cowards' last relief away, For fly they cannot, and, constrain'd to stay, Must yield unfought a base inglorious prey. The liquid half of all the globe is lost; Heav'n shuts the seas, and we secure the coast. Theirs is no more than that small spot of ground which myriads of our martial men surround. Their fates I fear not, or vain oracles. 'Twas given to Venus they should cross the seas, and land secure upon the Latian plains. Their promis'd hour is past, and mine remains. 'Tis in the fate of Turnus to destroy, with sword and fire, the faithless race of Troy. Shall such affronts as these alone inflame the Grecian brothers and the Grecian name? My cause and theirs is one, a fatal strife, And final ruin for a ravish'd wife. Was't not enough that, punish'd for the crime, They fell, but will they fall a second time? One would have thought they paid enough before, To curse the costly sex, and durst offend no more. Can they securely trust their feeble wall? A slight partition, a thin interval, betwixt their fate and them, when Troy, tho' built By hands divine, yet perish'd by their guilt. Lend me, for once, my friends, your valiant hands, To force from out their lines these dastard bands. Less than 1,000 ships will end this war, Nor Vulcan needs his fated arms prepare. Let all the Tuscans, all th' Arcadians join, Nor these nor those shall frustrate my design. Let them not fear the treasons of the night, The robb'd Palladium, the pretended flight. Our onset shall be made in open light; No wooden engine shall their town betray. Fires they shall have around, but fires by day. No Grecian babes before their camp appear, Whom Hector's arms detain'd to the 10th tardy year. Now, since the sun is rolling to the west, Give we the silent night to needful rest. Refresh your bodies, and your arms prepare; The morn shall end the small remains of war. The post of honour to Messapus falls, To keep the nightly guards, to watch the walls, To pitch the fires at distances around, And close the Trojans in their scanty ground. Twice 7 Rutulian captains ready stand, And twice 700 horse these chiefs command. All clad in shining arms the works invest, Each with a radiant helm and waving crest. Stretch'd at their length, they press the grassy ground; They laugh, they sing, the jolly bowls go round. With lights and cheerful fires renew the day, And pass the wakeful night in feasts and play. The Trojans from above their foes beheld, And with arm'd legions all the rampires fill'd. Seiz'd with affright, their gates they first explore, Join works to works, with bridges tow'r to tow'r. Thus all things needful for defence abound. Mnestheus and brave Seresthus walk the round, Commission'd by their absent prince to share The common danger, and divide the care. The soldiers draw their lots, and, as they fall, By turns relieve each other on the wall. Nigh where the foes their utmost guards advance, To watch the gate was warlike Nisus' chance. His father Hyrtacus, of noble blood, His mother was a huntress on the wood, And sent him to the wars. Well could he bear His lance in fight, and dart the flying spear, But better skill'd unerring shafts to send. Beside him stood Euryalus his friend. Euryalus, then, whom the Trojan host No fairer face or sweeter air could boast. Scarce had the down to shade his cheeks begun; One was their care, and their delight was one. One common hazard in the war they shar'd, And now were both by choice upon the guard. Then Nisus thus: "Or do the gods inspire This warmth, or make we gods of our desire? A gen'rous ardour boils within my breast, Eager of action, enemy to rest. This urges me to fight, and fires my mind To leave a memorable name behind. Thou seest the foes secure, how faintly shine Their scatter'd fires; the most in sleep supine. Along the ground an easy conquests lie; The wakeful few a fuming flagon ply, All hush'd around. Now hear what I revolve, A thought unripe, and scarcely yet resolv'd. Our absent prince both camp and council mourn. By message both would hasten his return. If they confer what I demand on thee, for fame is recompense enough for me. Methinks beneath yon hill I have espied a way that safely will my passage guide." Euryalus stood listening while he spoke, with love of praise and noble envy struck. Then to his ardent friend expos'd his mind: "All this alone, and leaving me behind! Am I unworthy, Nisus, to be join'd? Thinkest thou I can share of glory yield, Or send thee unassisted to the field? Not so: my father taught my childhood arms, Born in a siege, and bred among alarms. Nor is my youth unworthy of my friend, Nor of the heav'n born hero I attend. The thing call'd life with ease I can disclaim, And think it oversold to purchase fame." Then Nisus thus: "Alas! thy tender years Would minister new matter to my fears. So may the gods, who view this friendly strife, Restore me to thy lov'd embrace with life. Condemn'd to pay my vows, as sure I trust, This thy request is cruel and unjust. But if some chance, as many chances are, And doubtful hazards in the deeds of war, If one should reach my head, there let it fall, And spare thy life, I would not perish all. Thy bloomy youth deserves a longer date. Live thou to mourn thy love's unhappy fate, To bear my mangled body from the foe, Or buy it back, and funeral rites bestow. Or, if hard fortune shall those dues deny, Thou canst at least an empty tomb supply. O let not me the widow's tears renew, Nor let a mother's curse my name pursue. Thy pious parents, who, for love of thee, Forsook the coast of friendly Sicily, Her age committing to the seas and wind, When ev'ry weary matron stay'd behind. To this Euryalus: "You plead in vain, And but protract the cause you cannot gain. No more delays, but haste." With that he wakes The nodding watch; each of his office takes. The guard reliev'd, the gen'rous couple went To find the counsel at the royal tent. All creatures else forgot their daily care, And sleep, the common gift of nature, share, Except the Trojan peers, who wakeful sate In nightly council for th' endanger'd state. They vote a message to their absent chief, Shew their distress, and beg a swift relief. Amid the camp a silent seat they chose, Remote from clamour, and secure from foes. On their left arms their ample shields they bear, The right reclin'd upon the bending spear. Now Nisus and his friend approach the guard, And beg admission, eager to be heard. Th' affair important, not to be deferr'd, Ascanius bids 'em be conducted in, Ord'ring the more experienced to begin. Then Nisus thus: "Ye fathers, lend your ears, Nor judge our bold attempt beyond our years. The foe, securely drench'd in sleep and wine, Neglect their watch; the fires but thinly shine; And where the smoke in cloudy vapours flies, Cov'ring the plain, and curling to the skies, Betwixt two paths, which at the gate divide, Close by the sea, a passage we have spied, Which will our way to great Aeneas guide. Expect each hour to see him safe again, Loaded with spoils of foes in battle slain. Snatch we the lucky minute while we may, Nor can we be mistaken in the way. For, hunting in the vale, we both have seen The rising turrets, and the stream between, And know the winding course with ev'ry ford." He ceas'd, and old Alethes took the word: "Our country gods, in whom our trust we place, Will yet from ruin save the Trojan race, While we behold such dauntless worth appear In dawning youth, and souls so void of fear." Then into tears of joy the father broke; Each in his longing arms by turns he took, Panted, and paus'd, and thus again he spoke: "Ye brave young men, what equal gifts can we In recompense of such desert decree? The greatest, sure, and best you can receive, The gods and your own conscious worth will give. The rest our grateful gen'ral will bestow, And young Ascanius till his manhood owe. And I, whose welfare in my father lies," Ascanius adds, "by the great deities, by my dear country, by my household gods, by hoary Vesta's rites and dark abodes, adjure you both, on you my fortune stands, that and my faith I plight into your hands. Make me but happy in his safe return, whose wonted presence I can only mourn. Your common gift shall 2 large goblets be, of silver, wrought with curious imagery, and high embossed; which, when old Priam reign'd, my conqu'ring sire at sack'd Areceba gain'd. And more, 2 tripods cast in antique mould, with 2 great talents of the finest gold; beside a costly bowl engrav'd with art, which Dido gave, when first she gave her heart. But if in conquer'd Italy we reign, when spoils by lot the victor shall obtain, thou saw'st the courser by proud Turnus press'd, that Nisus and his arms and nodding crest, And shield from chance exempt, shall be thy share: 12 lab'ring slaves, 12 handmaids young and fair, All clad in rich attire, and train'd with care. And last, a Latian field with fruitful plains, And a large portion of the king's domains. But thou, whose years are more to mine allied, No fate my vow'd affection shall divide. From thee, heroic youth, be fully mine; Take full possession; all my soul is thine. One faith, one fame, one fate shall both attend, My life's companion, and my bosom friend. My peace shall be committed to thy care, And to thy conduct my concerns inware." Then thus the young Euryalus replied: "Whatever fortune, good or bad, betide, The same shall be my age as now my youth; No time shall find me wanting to my truth. This only from your goodness let me gain, And, this ungranted, all rewards are vain. Of Priam's royal race my mother came, And sure the best that ever bore the name; Whom neither Troy nor Sicily could hold From me departing, but, o'erspent and old, My fate she follow'd, ignorant of this: Whatever danger, neither parting kiss, Nor pious blessing taken, her I leave, And in this only act of all my life deceive. By this right hand and conscious night I swear, My soul so sad a farewell could not bear. Be you her comfort; fill my vacant place; Permit me to presume so great a grace; Support her age, forsaken and distress'd; That hope alone will fortify my breast." Against the worst of fortunes and of fears, He said, the mov'd assistants melt in tears. Then thus Ascanius, wonderstruck to see That image of his filial piety: "So great beginnings, in so green an age, Exact the faith which I again engage. Thy mother all the dues shall justly claim Creusa had, and only want the name. Whatever event thy bold attempt shall have, 'Tis merit to have borne a son so brave. Now, by my head, a sacred oath I swear, My father us'd it, what returning here, Crown'd with success, I for thyself prepare, That, if thou fail, shall thy lov'd mother share." He said, and, weeping while he spoke the word, From his broad belt he drew a shining sword, Magnificent with gold, Lycaon made, And in an ivory scabbard sheath'd the blade. This was his gift: great Mnestheus gave his friend A lion's hide, his body to defend; And good Alethes furnish'd him beside With his own trusty helm, of temper tried. Thus arm'd they went. The noble Trojans wait Their issuing forth, and follow to the gate. With pray'rs and vows, above the rest appears Ascanius, manly far beyond his years, And messages committed to their care, Which all in winds were lost, and flitting air. The trenches first they pass'd, then took their way Where their proud foes in pitch'd pavilions lay. Too many fatal, ere themselves were slain, They found the careless host dispers'd upon the plain, Who, gorg'd and drunk with wine, supinely snore. Unharness'd chariots stand along the shore. Amidst the wheels and reins the goblets by, a medley of debauch and war they lie. Observing Nisus, shew'd his friend the sight. "Behold a conquest gain'd without a fight! Occasion offers, and I stand prepar'd. There lies our way; be thou upon the guard, And look around, while I securely go, And hew a passage thro' the sleeping foe." Softly he spoke, then striding took his way, With his drawn sword, where haughty Rhamnes lay, His head rais'd high on tapestry beneath, And heaving from his breast he drew his breath. A king and prophet by King Turnus lov'd, But fate by prescience cannot be remov'd. Him and his sleeping slaves he slew; then spies Where Remus with his rich retinue lies. His armour-bearer first, and next he kills His charioteer, intrench'd betwixt the wheels; And his lov'd horses last invades their lord. Full on his neck he drives the fatal sword. The gasping head flies off; a purple flood Flows from the trunk, that welters in the blood, Which, by the spurning heels dispers'd around, The bed besprinkles, and bedews the ground. Lamus the bold, and Lamyrus the strong, he slew, and then Serranus fair and young. From dice and wine the youth retir'd to rest, And puff'd the fumy god from out his breast. Even then he dreamt of drink and lucky play, More lucky, had it lasted till the day. The famish'd lion thus, with hunger bold, O'erleaps the fences of the nightly fold, And tears the peaceful flocks with silent awe. Trembling they lie, and pant beneath his paw. Nor with less rage Euryalus employs The wrathful sword, or fewer foes destroys. But on th' ignoble crowd his fury flew; He Fadus, Hebesus, and Rhoetus slew. Oppress'd with heavy sleep the former fell; But Rhoetus, wakeful, and observing all, Behind a spacious jar he slink'd for fear. The fatal iron found, and reach'd him there; For, as he rose, it pierc'd his naked side, And reeking thence return'd in crimson dyed. The wound pours out a stream of wine and blood; The purple soul comes floating in the flood. Now, where Messapus quarter'd they arrive. The fires were fainting there, and just alive. The warrior horses, tied in order, fed. Nisus observ'd the discipline, and said: "Our eager thirst of blood may both betray, And see the scatter'd streaks of dawning day. Foe to nocturnal thefts, no more, my friend! Here let our glutted execution end. A lane thro' slaughter'd bodies we have made." The bold Euryalus, tho' loth, obey'd. Of arms and arras, and of plate, they find A precious load; but these they leave behind. Yet, fond of gaudy spoils, the boy would stay To make the rich caparison his prey, Which on the steed of conquer'd Rhamnes lay. Nor did his eyes less longingly behold The girdle belt, with nails of burnish'd gold. This present Caedicus the rich bestow'd On Remulus, when friendship first they vow'd; And, absent, join'd in hospitable ties, He, dying, to his heir bequeath'd the prize. Till, by the conqu'ring Ardean troops oppress'd, He fell, and they the glorious gift possess'd. These glitt'ring spoils, now made the victor's gain, He to his body suits, but suits in vain. Messapus' helm he finds among the rest, And laces on, and wears the waving crest. Proud of their conquest, prouder of their prey, They leave the camp, and take the ready way. End of Book 9, Part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 9a. Night Sortie, a Day Assault, Part 2. But far they had not pass'd, before they spied 300 horse, with Volscens for their guide. The queen a legion to King Turnus sent, But the swift horse the slower foot prevent. And now, advancing, sought the leader's tent. They saw the pair; for, thro' the doubtful shade, His shining helm Euryalus betray'd, on which the moon with full reflection play'd. "'Tis not for naught," cried Volscens from the crowd, "these men go there." Then rais'd his voice aloud: "Stand, stand! Why thus in arms, and whither bent? From whence, to whom, and on what errand sent?" Silent they scud away, and haste their flight To neighb'ring woods, and trust themselves to night. The speedy horse all passages belay, And spur their smoking steeds to cross their way, And watch each entrance of the winding wood. Black was the forest, thick with beech it stood, Horrid with fern, and intricate with thorn. Few paths of human feet, or tracks of beasts, were worn. The darkness of the shades his heavy prey, And fear misled the younger from his way. But Nisus hit the turns with happier haste, And, thoughtless of his friend, the forest pass'd, And Alban plains, from Alba's name so call'd, Where King Latinus then his oxen stall'd, Till turning at the length he stood his ground, And miss'd his friend, and cast his eyes around. "Ah wretch!" he cried, "where have I left behind Th' unhappy youth? Where shall I hope to find? Or what way take?" Again he ventures back, And treads the mazes of his former track. He winds the wood, and, list'ning, hears the noise Of tramping coursers, and the rider's voice. The sound approach'd, and suddenly he view'd The foes inclosing, and his friend pursued, Forelaid and taken, while he strove in vain The shelter of the friendly shades to gain. What should he next attempt? What arms employ? What fruitless force to free the captive boy? Or desperate should he rush, and lose his life, With odds oppress'd, in such unequal strife? Resolv'd at length, his pointed spear he shook, And, casting on the moon a mournful look: "Guardian of groves, and goddess of the night, Fair queen," he said, "direct my dart aright. If e'er my pious father, for my sake, Did grateful off'rings on thy altars make, Or I increas'd them with my sylvan toils, And hung thy holy roofs with savage spoils, give me to scatter these." Then from his ear He pois'd, and aim'd, and launch'd the trembling spear. The deadly weapon, hissing from the grove, Impetuous on the back of Sulmo drove, Pierc'd his thin armour, drank his vital blood, And in his body left the broken. He staggers round, his eyeballs roll in death, And with short sobs he gasps away his breath. All stand amaz'd. A second jav'lin flies With equal strength, and quivers thro' the skies. This thro' thy temples Tagus forc'd the way, And in the brainpan warmly buried lay. Fierce Volscens foams with rage, and, gazing round, Descried not him who gave the fatal wound, Nor knew to fix revenge. "But thou," he cries, "shalt pay for both," and at the pris'ner flies With his drawn sword. Then, struck with deep despair, That cruel sight the lover could not bear, But from his covert rush'd in open view, And sent his voice before him as he flew. "Me, me!" he cried, "turn all your swords alone On me; the fact confess'd, the fault my own." He neither could nor durst, the guiltless youth. Ye moon and stars, bear witness to the truth! His only crime, if friendship can offend, Is too much love to this unhappy friend. Too late he speaks. The sword, which fury guides, Driv'n with full force, had pierc'd his tender sides. Down fell the beauteous youth; the yawning wound Gush'd out a purple stream, and stain'd the ground. His snowy neck reclines upon his breast, Like a fair flow'r by the keen share oppress'd; Like a white poppy sinking on the plain, Whose heavy head is overcharg'd with rain. Despair, and rage, and vengeance justly vow'd, Drove Nisus headlong on the hostile crowd. Volscens he seeks, on him alone he bends. Borne back, and bor'd by his surrounding friends, onward he press'd, and kept him still in sight; Then whirl'd aloft his sword with all his might. Th' unerring steel descended while he spoke, Pierc'd his wide mouth, and thro' his weazon broke. Dying he slew; and, stagg'ring on the plain, With swimming eyes he sought his lover slain; Then quiet on his bleeding bosom fell, Content in death to be reveng'd so well. O happy friends! for, if my verse can give Immortal life, your fame shall ever live, Fix'd as the Capitol's foundation lies, And spread where'er the Roman eagle flies. The conqu'ring party first divide the prey, Then their slain leader to the camp convey. With wonder, as they went, the troops were fill'd, To see such numbers whom so few had kill'd. Serranus, Rhamnes, and the rest they found; Vast crowds the dying and the dead surround, And the yet reeking blood o'erflows the ground. All knew the helmet which Messapus lost, But mourn'd a purchase that so dear had cost. Now rose the ruddy morn from Titan's bed, And with the dawn of day the skies o'erspread. Nor long the sun his daily course withheld, But added colours to the world reveal'd, When earthly Turnus, wak'ning with the light, All clad in armour, calls his troops to fight. His martial men with fierce harangue he fir'd, And his own ardour in their souls inspir'd. This done, to give new terrors to his foes, The heads of Nisus and his friends he shows, Rais'd high on pointed spears: a ghastly sight. Loud peals of shouts ensue, and barbarous delight. Meantime the Trojans run where danger calls; They line their trenches, and they man their walls. In front extended, to the left they stood; Safe was the right, surrounded by the flood. But, casting from their tow'rs a frightful view, They saw the faces, which too well they knew. Tho' then disguis'd in death, and smear'd all o'er With filth obscene, and dropping putrid gore, Soon hasty Fame thro' the sad city bears The mournful messages to the mother's ears. An icy cold benumbs her limbs; she shakes, Her cheeks the blood, her hand the web forsakes. She runs the rampires round amidst the war, Nor fears the flying darts; she rends her hair, And fills with loud laments the liquid air. Thus then my lov'd Euryalus appears; Thus looks the prop my declining years. Was't on this face my famish'd eyes I fed? O how unlike the living is the dead! And couldst thou leave me, cruel, thus alone? Not one kind kiss from a departing son? No look, no last adieu before he went, An ill boding hour to slaughter sent? Cold on the ground, and pressing foreign clay, To Latian dogs and fowls he lies a prey. Nor was I near to close his dying eyes, To wash his wounds, to weep his obsequies, To call about his corpse his crying friends, Or spread the mantle, made for other ends, On his dear body, which I wove with care; Nor did my daily pains or nightly labour spare. Where shall I find his corpse? What earth sustains His trunk dismember'd, and his cold remains? For this, alas! I left my needful ease, Expos'd my life to winds and winter seas. If any pity touch Rutulian hearts, Here empty all your quivers, all your darts. Or, if they fail, thou, Jove, conclude my woe, And send me thunderstruck to shades below. Her shrieks and clamours pierce the Trojans' ears, Unman their courage, and augment their fears. Nor young Ascanius could the sight sustain, Nor old Ilioneus his tears restrain; But actor and Idaeus jointly sent, To bear the madding mother to her tent. And now the trumpets terribly from far, with rattling clangour, rouse the sleepy war. The soldiers' shouts succeed the brazen sounds, and heav'n from pole to pole the noise rebounds. The Volscians bear their shields upon their head, and rushing forward form a moving shed. These fill the ditch, those pull the bulwarks down; some raise the ladders, others scale the town. But where void spaces on the walls appear, or thin defence, they pour their forces there. With pools and missive weapons from afar, the Trojans keep aloof the rising war. Taught by their 10 years' siege defensive fight, they roll down ribs of rocks, and unresisted white, to break the penthouse with a pond'rous blow. Would yet the patient Volscians undergo, but could not bear th' unequal combat long. For where the Trojans find the thickest throng, the ruin falls; their shatter'd shields give way, and their crush'd heads become an easy prey. They shrink for fear, abated of their rage, nor longer dare in a blind fight engage. Contented now to gall them from below, with darts and slings, and with the distant bow. Elsewhere Mezentius, terrible to view, a blazing pine within the trenches threw. But brave Messapus, Neptune's warlike son, broke down the palisades, the trenches won, and loud for ladders calls to scale the town. Calliope, begin, ye sacred nine! Inspire your poet in his high design, to sing what slaughter manly Turnus made, what souls he sent below the Stygian shade, what fame the soldiers with their captain share, and the vast circuit of the fatal war. For you in singing martial facts excel; you best remember, and alone can tell. There stood a tow'r, amazing to the sight, Built up of beams, and of stupendous height. Art and the nature of the place conspir'd to furnish all the strength that war requir'd. To level this, the bold Italians join; the wary Trojans obviate their design. With weighty stones overwhelm their troops below, shoot thro' the loopholes, and sharp jav'lins throw. Turnus the chief toss'd from his thund'ring hand against the wooden walls a flaming brand. It stuck, the fiery plague; the winds were high, the planks were season'd, and the timber dry. Contagion caught the posts; it spread along, scorch'd, and to distance drove the scatter'd throng. The Trojans fled; the fire pursued amain, Still gath'ring fast upon the trembling train, Till, crowding to the corners of the wall, Down the defence and the defenders fall. The mighty flaw makes heav'n itself resound; The dead and dying Trojans strew the ground. The tow'r that follow'd on the fallen crew Whelm'd over their heads, and buried whom it slew. Some stuck upon the darts themselves had sent; All the same equal ruin underwent. Young Lycus and Helenor only escape, Sav'd, how they know not, from the steepy leap. Helenor, elder of the two by birth, On one side royal, one a son of earth, Whom to the Lydian king Licymnia bare, And sent her boasted bastard to the war; A privilege which none but freemen share. Slight were his arms, a sword and silver shield; No marks of honour charg'd its empty field. Light as he fell, so light the youth arose, And rising found himself amidst his foes. Nor flight was left, nor hopes to force his way; Embolden'd by despair, he stood at bay. And, like a stag whom all the troop surrounds, O eager huntsman and invading hounds! Resolv'd on death, he dissipates his fears, And bounds aloft against the pointed spears. So dares the youth, secure of death, and throws His dying body on his thickest foes. But Lycus, swifter on his feet by far, Runs, doubles, winds, and turns amidst the war. springs to the walls, and leaves his foes behind, and snatches at the beam he first can find, looks up and leaps aloft at all the stretch, in hopes the helping hand of some kind friend to reach. But Turnus followed hard his hunted prey; his spear had almost reach'd him in the way, short of his reins, and scarce a span behind. "Fool," said the chief, "thou fleeter than the wind, couldst thou presume to 'scape when I pursue?" He said, and downward by the feet he drew The trembling dastard; at the tug he falls; Vast ruins come along, rent from the smoking walls. Thus on some silver swan, or tim'rous hare, Jove's bird comes sousing down from upper air. Her crooked talons truss the fearful prey, Then out of sight she soars, and wings her way. So seizes the grim wolf the tender lamb, in vain lamented by the bleating dam. Then, rushing onward with a barbarous cry, the troops of Turnus to the combat fly. The ditch with fagots fill'd, the daring foe Toss'd firebrands to the steepy turrets throw. Ilioneus, as bold as Lucetius, came To force the gate, and feed the kindling flame; Roll'd down the fragment of a rock so right, It crush'd him double underneath his weight. Two more young Liger and Asylas slew; To bend the bow young Liger better knew. Asylas best the pointed jav'lin threw; Brave Caeneus laid Ortygius on the plain; The victor Caeneus was by Turnus slain. By the same hand Clonius and Itys fall, Sagar and Ida standing on the wall. From Capys' arms his fate Privernus found, Hurt by Themilla first, but slight the wound. His shield thrown by, to mitigate the smart, He clapp'd his hand upon the wounded part. The second shaft came swift and unespied, And pierc'd his hand, and nail'd it to his side, Transfix'd his breathing lungs and beating heart. The soul came issuing out, and hiss'd against the dart. The son of Aeacus shone amid the rest, In glitt'ring armour and a purple vest. Fair was his face, his eyes inspiring love, Bred by his father in the Marsian grove, Where the fat altars of Palicus flame, And send in arms to purchase early fame. Him, when he spied from far the Tuscan king, Laid by the lance, and took him to the sling. Thrice whirl'd the throng around his head, and thro' the heated lead half melted as it flew. It pierc'd his hollow temples and his brain; The youth came tumbling down, and spurn'd the plain. Then young Ascanius, who before this day Was wont in woods to shoot the savage prey, First bent in martial strife the twanging bow, And exercis'd against a human foe. With this bereft Numanus of his life, Who Turnus' younger sister took to wife. Proud of his realm, and of his royal bride, Vaunting before his troops, and lengthen'd with a stride, In these insulting terms the Trojans he defied: "Twice conquer'd cowards, now your shame is shown, Coop'd up a second time within your town, Who dare not issue forth in open field, But hold your walls before you for a shield. Thus threat you war, thus our alliance force. What gods, what madness, hither steer'd your course? You shall not find the sons of Atreus here, Nor need the frauds of sly Ulysses fear. Strong from the cradle of a sturdy brood, We bear our new born infants to the flood. There bath'd amid the stream our boys we hold, With winter harden'd, and inur'd to cold. They wake before the day, to range the wood, Kill ere they eat, nor taste unconquer'd food. No sports but what belong to war they know, To break the stubborn colt, to bend the bow. Our youth, of labour patient, earn their bread; Hardly they work, with frugal diet fed. From plows and harrows sent to seek renown, They fight in fields, and storm the shaken town. No part of life from toils of war is free, No change in age, or difference in degree. We plow, and till in arms our oxen feel. instead of goads the spur and pointed steel. The inverted lance makes furrows in the plain. Even time that changes all, yet changes us in vain. The body, not the mind, nor can control the immortal vigour, or abate the soul. Our helms defend the young, disguise the grey. We live by plunder, and delight in prey. Your vests, embroider'd with rich purple, shine. In sloth you glory, and in dances join. Your vests have sweeping sleeves, with female pride. Your turbans underneath your chins are tied. Go, Phrygians, to your Dindymus again. Go, less than women in the shape of men. Go, mix'd with eunuchs in the mother's rites, where with unequal sound the flute invites. Sing, dance, and howl, by turns in Ida's shade. Resign the war to men who know the martial trade. This foul reproach Ascanius could not hear with patience, or a vow'd revenge forbear. At the full stretch of both his hands he drew, And almost join'd the horns of the tough yew. But first before the throne of Jove he stood, And thus with lifted hands invoked the god: "My first attempt, great Jupiter, succeed! An annual off'ring in thy grove shall bleed. A snow white steer, before thy altar led, Who, like his mother, bears aloft his head, Butts with his threat'ning brows, and bellowing stands, And dares the fight, and spurns the yellow sands." Jove bow'd the heavens, and lent a gracious ear, And thunder'd on the left amidst the clear. Sounded at once the bow, and swiftly flies The feather'd death, and hisses thro' the skies. The steel thro' both his temples forc'd the way. Extended on the ground Numanus lay. "Go now, vain boaster, and true valour scorn. The Phrygians twice subdued, yet make this third return." Ascanius said no more. The Trojans shake The heavens with shouting, and new vigour take. Apollo then bestrode a golden cloud, To view the feats of arms and fighting crowd. And thus the beardless victor he bespoke aloud: "Advance, illustrious youth, increase in fame, And wide from east to west extend thy name. Offspring of gods thyself, and Rome shall owe To thee a race of demigods below. This is the way to heav'n: the pow'rs divine From this beginning date the Julian line. To thee, to them, and their victorious heirs, The conquer'd war is due, and the vast world is theirs. Troy is too narrow for thy name," he said, And plunging downward shot his radiant head. Dispell'd the breathing air that broke his flight, Shorn of his beams, a man to mortal sight. Old Butes' form he took, Anchises' squire, Now left to rule Ascanius by his sire. His wrinkled visage and his hoary hairs, His mien, his habit, and his arms he wears, And thus salutes the boy: "Too forward for his years, Suffice it thee, thy father's worthy son. The warlike prize thou hast already won. The god of archers gives thy youth a part Of his own praise, nor envies equal art. Now tempt the war no more," he said, and flew, Obscure in air, and vanish'd from their view. The Trojans by his arms their patron know, And hear the twanging of his heav'nly bow. Then duteous force they use, and Phoebus name, To keep from fight the youth too fond of fame. Undaunted, they themselves no danger shun. From wall to wall the shouts and clamours run. They bend their bows, they whirl their slings around. Heaps of spent arrows fall, and strew the ground, And helms and shields and rattling arms resound. The combat thickens, like the storm that flies From westward, when the show'ry kids arise, Or patt'ring hail comes pouring on the main, When Jupiter descends in harden'd rain, Or bellowing clouds burst with a stormy sound, And with an arm'd winter strew the ground. Pandarus and Bitias, thunderbolts of war, whom Hiera to bold Alcanor bare. On Ida's top two youths of height and size, like firs that on their mother mountain rise, presuming on their force the gates unbar, and of their own accord invite the war. With fates averse, against the king's command, arm'd on the right and on the left they stand, and flank the passage. Shining steel they wear, and waving crests above their heads appear. Thus two tall oaks, that Padus' banks adorn, lift up to heav'n their leafy heads unshorn, and, overpress'd with nature's heavy load, dance to the whistling winds, and at each other nod. In flows a tide of Latians, when they see the gate set open, and the passage free. Bold Quercens, with rash Tmarus rushing on, Equicolus, that in bright armour shone, and Haemon first; but soon repuls'd they fly, or in the well-defended pass they die. These with success are fir'd, and those with rage, and each on equal terms at length engage. Drawn from their lines, and issuing on the plain, the Trojans hand to hand the fight maintain. Fierce Turnus in another quarter fought, when suddenly th' unhop'd for news was brought. The foes had left the fastness of their place, prevail'd in fight, and had his men in chase. He quits th' attack, and, to prevent their fate, runs where the giant brothers guard the gate. The first he met, Antiphates the brave, but base begotten on a Theban slave. Sarpedon's son he slew; the deadly dart found passage thro' his breast, and pierc'd his heart. Fix'd in the wound th' Italian cornel stood, warm'd in his lungs, and in his vital blood. Aphidnus next, and Erymanthus dies, and Meropes, and the gigantic size Of Bitias, threat'ning with his ardent eyes. Not by the feeble dart he fell oppress'd; a dart were lost within that roomy breast; But from a knotted lance, large, heavy, strong, Which roar'd like thunder as it whirl'd along. Not two bull hides th' impetuous force withhold, Nor coat of double mail, with scales of gold. Down sunk the monster bulk, and press'd the ground; His arms and clatt'ring shield on the vast body sound. Not with less ruin than the Baean mole, Rais'd on the seas, the surges to control, at once comes tumbling down the rocky wall. Prone to the deep, the stones disjointed fall. Of the vast pile the scatter'd ocean flies; Black sands, discolour'd froth, and mingled mud arise. The frighted billows roll, and seek the shores; Then trembles Prochyta, then Ischia roars. Typhoeus, thrown beneath by Jove's command, Astonish'd at the flaw that shakes the land, Soon shifts his weary side, and, scarce awake, With wonder feels the weight press lighter on his back. The warrior god the Latian troops inspir'd, New strung their sinews, and their courage fir'd; But chills the Trojan hearts with cold affright. Then black despair precipitates their flight. When Pandarus beheld his brother kill'd, The town with fear and wild confusion fill'd, He turns the hinges of the heavy gate With both his hands, and adds his shoulders to the weight. Some happier friends within the walls inclos'd, The rest shut out, to certain death expos'd. Fool as he was, and frantic in his care, T' admit young Turnus, and include the war, He thrust amid the crowd, securely bold, Like a fierce tiger pent amid the fold. Too late his blazing buckler they descry, And sparkling fires that shoot from either eye; His mighty members, and his ample breast, His rattling armour, and his crimson crest. Far from that hated face the Trojans flee, All but the fool who sought his destiny. Mad Pandarus steps forth, with vengeance vow'd For Bitias' death, and threatens thus aloud: "These are not Ardea's walls, nor his the town Armata proffers with Lavinia's crown. 'Tis hostile earth you tread, of hope bereft. no means of safe return by flight are left. To whom with countenance calm and soul sedate, thus Turnus: "Then begin, and try thy fate. My message to the ghost of Priam bear; Tell him a new Achilles sent thee there." A lance of tough ground ash the Trojan threw, Rough in the rind, and knotted as it grew. With his full force he whirl'd it first around, But the soft yielding air receiv'd the wound. Imperial Juno turn'd the course before, And fix'd the wand'ring weapon in the door. "But hope not thou," said Turnus, "when I strike, To shun thy fate: our force is not alike, Nor thy steel temper'd by the Lemnian god." Then rising, on his utmost stretch he stood, And aim'd from high; the full descending blow Cleaves the broad front and beardless cheeks in two. Down sinks the giant with a thund'ring sound; His pond'rous limbs oppress the trembling ground. Blood, brains, and foam gush from the gaping wound; Scalp, face, and shoulders the keen steel divides, And the charr'd visage hangs on equal sides. The Trojans fly from their approaching fate; And had the victor then secur'd the gate, And to his troops without unclos'd the bars, One lucky day had ended all his wars. But boiling youth, and blind desire of blood, Push'd his fury to pursue the crowd. Hamstring'd behind, unhappy Gyges died; Then Phalaris is added to his side. The pointed jav'lins from the dead he drew, And their friends' arms against their fellows threw. Strong Halys stands in vain; weak Phlegyas flies; Saturnia, still at hand, new force and fire supplies. Then Halius, Prytanis, Alcander fall, Engag'd against the foes who scal'd the wall. But whom they fear'd without they found within. At last, tho' late, by Lynceus he was seen. He calls new succours, and assaults the prince; But weak his force, and vain is their defence. Turn'd to the right, his sword the hero drew, And at one blow the bold aggressor slew. He joins the neck, and, with a stroke so strong, The helm flies off, and bears the head along. Next him the huntsman Amycus he kill'd, In darts envenom'd, and in poison skill'd. Then Clytius fell beneath his fatal spear, And Cretius, whom the Muses held so dear. He fought with courage, and he sung the fight; Arms were his business, verses his delight. The Trojan chiefs behold with rage and grief Their slaughter'd friends, and hasten their relief. Bold Mnestheus rallies first the broken train, Whom brave Seresthus and his troops sustain. To save the living, and revenge the dead, Against one warrior's arms all Troy they led. "O, void of sense and courage!" Mnestheus cried, "Where can you hope your coward heads to hide? Ah, where beyond these rampires can you run? One man, and in your camp inclos'd you shun. Shall then a single sword such slaughter boast, And pass unpunish'd from a num'rous host? Forsaking honour, and renouncing fame, Your gods, your country, and your king you shame." This just reproach their virtue does excite; They stand, they join, they thicken to the fight. Now Turnus doubts, and yet disdains to yield, But with slow paces measures back the field, And inches to the walls, where Tiber's tide, Washing the camp, defends the weaker side. The more he loses, they advance the more, And tread in ev'ry step he trod before. They shout, they bear him back; and, whom by might They cannot conquer, they oppress with weight. As compass'd with a wood of spears around, The lordly lion still maintains his ground, Grins horrible, retires, and turns again, Threats his distended paws, and shakes his mane. He loses, while in vain he presses on, Nor will his courage let him dare to run. So Turnus fares, and, unresolv'd of flight, Moves tardy back, and just recedes from fight. Yet twice in rage the combat he renews, twice breaks, and twice his broken foes pursues. But now they swarm, and with fresh troops supplied, come rolling on, and rush from every side. Nor Juno, who sustained his arms before, dares with new strength suffice th' exhausted store. For Jove, with sour commands, sent Iris down, to force th' invader from the frighted town. With labour spent, no longer can he wield the heavy falchion, or sustain the shield. O'erwhelm'd with darts, which from afar they fling, the weapons round his hollow temples ring. His golden helm gives way with stony blows, batter'd and flat, and beaten to his brows. His crest is rash'd away, his ample shield Is falsified, and round with jav'lins fill'd. The foe now faint, the Trojans o'erwhelm, And Mnestheus lays hard load upon his helm. Sick sweat succeeds; he drops at ev'ry pore; With driving dust his cheeks are pasted o'er. Shorter and shorter ev'ry gasp he takes, And vain efforts and hurtless blows he makes. Plung'd in the flood, and made the waters fly, The yellow god the welcome burthen bore, And whipp'd the sweat, and wash'd away the gore. Then gently wafts him to the farther coast, And sends him safe to cheer his anxious host. End of Book 9 of the Aeneid. Read by Lars Rolander.
John Dryden. Book 10. The Death of Princes. Part 1. The gates of heav'n unfold. Jove summons all the gods to counsel in the common hall. Sublimely seated, he surveys from far the fields, the camp, the fortune of the war, and all the inferior world. From first to last the sov'reign senate in degrees are plac'd. Then thus th' almighty sire began: Ye gods, natives or denizens of blest abodes, from whence these murmurs and this change of mind, This backward fate from what was first design'd? Why this protracted war, when my commands Pronounc'd a peace, and gave the Latian lands? What fear or hope on either part divides Our heavens, and arms our pow'rs on diff'rent sides? A lawful time of war at length will come, Nor need your haste anticipate the doom, When Carthage shall contend the world with Rome, Shall force the rigid rocks and Alpine chains, And like a flood come pouring on the plains. Then is your time for faction and debate, For partial favour and permitted hate. Let now your immature dissension cease; Sit quiet, and compose your souls to peace. Thus Jupiter in few unfolds the charge, But lovely Venus thus replies at large: O pow'r immense, eternal energy! For to what else protection can we fly? Seest thou the proud Rutulians, how they dare, In fields, unpunish'd, and insult my care? How lofty Turnus vaunts amid his train, In shining arms, triumphant on the plain? Ev'n in their lines and trenches they contend, And scarce their walls the Trojan troops defend. The town is fill'd with slaughter, and o'erfloats With a red deluge their increasing moats. Aeneas, ignorant and far from thence, Has left a camp exposed without defence. This endless outrage shall they still sustain? Shall Troy renew'd be forc'd and fir'd again? A second siege my banish'd issue fears, And a new Diomede in arms appears. One more audacious mortal will be found, And I, thy daughter, wait another wound. Yet if with fates averse, without thy leave, The Latian lands my progeny receive, Bear they the pains of violated law, And thy protection from their aid withdraw. But if the gods their sure success foretell, If those of heav'n consent with those of hell To promise Italy, who dare debate The pow'r of Jove, or fix another fate? What should I tell of tempests on the main, of Aeolus usurping Neptune's reign, of Iris sent with Bacchanalian heat t' inspire the matrons and destroy the fleet. Now Juno to the Stygian sky descends, solicits hell for aid, and arms the fiends. That new example wanted yet above, an act that well became the wife of Jove. Alecto, rais'd by her, with rage inflames the peaceful bosoms of the Latian dames. Imperial sway no more exalts my mind: such hopes I had, indeed, while Heav'n was kind. Now let my happier foes possess my place, Whom Jove prefers before the Trojan race, And conquer they whom you with conquest grace. Since you can spare from all your wide command No spot of earth, no hospitable land, Which may my wand'ring fugitives receive, Since haughty Juno will not give you leave. Then, father, if I still may use that name, by ruin'd Troy, yet smoking from the flame, I beg you, let Ascanius by my care Be freed from danger, and dismiss the war. Inglorious let him live, without a crown. The father may be cast on coasts unknown, Struggling with fate; but let me save the son. Mine is Cythera, mine the Cyprian tow'rs. In those recesses and those sacred bow'rs Obscurely let him rest, his right resign To promis'd empire and his Julian line. Then Carthage may th' Ausonian towns destroy, Nor fear the race of a rejected boy. What profits it my son to scape the fire, Arm'd with his gods, and loaded with his sire; To pass the perils of the seas and wind, Evade the Greeks, and leave the war behind, To reach th' Italian shores, if, after all, Our second Pergamus is doom'd to fall? Much better had he curb'd his high desires, And hover'd o'er his ill-extinguish'd fires. To Simois' banks the fugitives restore, And give them back to war, and all the woes before. Deep indignation swell'd Saturnia's heart. And must I own, she said, my secret smart, What with more decence were in silence kept, And but for this unjust reproach had slept? Did God or man your favourite son advise, With war unhop'd, the Latians to surprise? By fate you boast, and by the gods' decree, He left his native land for Italy. Confess the truth: by mad Cassandra, more Than Heav'n inspir'd, he sought a foreign shore. Did I persuade to trust his second Troy To the raw conduct of a beardless boy, With walls unfinish'd, which himself forsakes, And thro' the waves a wand'ring voyage takes? When have I urg'd him meanly to demand The Tuscan aid, and arm a quiet land? Did I or Iris give this mad advice, Or made the fool himself the fatal choice? You think it hard the Latians should destroy With swords your Trojans, and with fires your Troy? Hard and unjust indeed for men to draw Their native air, nor take a foreign law. That Turnus is permitted still to live, To whom his birth a god and goddess give. But yet is just and lawful for your line To drive their fields, and force with fraud to join. Realms, not your own, among your clans divide, And from the bridegroom tear the promis'd bride. Petition while you public arms prepare, Pretend a peace, and yet provoke a war. 'Twas given to you your darling son to shroud, To draw the dastard from the fighting crowd, And for a man obtend an empty cloud. From flaming fleets you turn'd the fire away, And chang'd the ships to daughters of the sea. But is my crime? The Queen of Heav'n offends, If she presume to save her suff'ring friends. Your son, not knowing what his foes decree, You say, is absent. Absent let him be. Yours is Cythera, yours the Cyprian tow'rs, The soft recesses, and the sacred bow'rs. Why do you then these needless arms prepare, And thus provoke a people prone to war? Did I with fire the Trojan town deface, Or hinder from return your exil'd race? Was I the cause of mischief, or the man whose lawless lust the fatal war began? Think on whose faith th' adult'rous youth relied, who promis'd, who procur'd the Spartan bride. When all th' united states of Greece combin'd to purge the world of the perfidious kind, then was your time to fear the Trojan fate. Your quarrels and complaints are now too late. Thus Juno. Murmurs rise with mix'd applause, just as they favour or dislike the cause. So winds, when yet unfledg'd in woods they lie, in whispers first their tender voices try, then issue on the main with bellowing rage, and storms to trembling mariners presage. Then thus to both replied th' imperial god, who shakes heav'n's axles with his awful nod. When he begins, the silent senate stand with reverence, list'ning to the dread command. The clouds dispel, the winds their breath restrain, and the hush'd waves lie flatted on the main. "Celestials, your attentive ears incline. Since," said the god, "the Trojans must not join in wish'd alliance with the Latian line; since endless jarrings and immortal hate tend but to discompose our happy state, the war henceforward be resign'd to fate. Each to his proper fortune stand or fall; equal and unconcern'd I look on all. Rutulians, Trojans, are the same to me, and both shall draw the lots their fates decree. Let these assault, if fortune be their friend, and if she favours those, let those defend. The fates will find their way." The Thund'rer said, and shook the sacred honours of his head, attesting Styx, th' inviolable flood, and the black regions of his brother god. Trembled the poles of heav'n, and earth confess'd the nod. This end the sessions had. The senate rise, and to his palace wait their sov'reign thro' the skies. Meantime, intent upon their siege, the foes within their walls the Trojan host enclose. They wound, they kill, they watch at every gate, renew the fires, and urge their happy fate. Th' Aeneans wish in vain their wanted chief, hopeless of flight, more hopeless of relief. Thin on the tow'rs they stand, and ev'n those few, a feeble, fainting, and dejected crew. Yet in the face of danger some there stood, the two bold brothers of Sarpedon's blood, Asius and Acmon, both th' Assaraci, young Haemon, and though young, resolv'd to die. With these were Clarus and Thymoetes join'd, Tibris and Castor, both of Lycian kind. From Acmon's hands a rolling stone there came, So large, it half deserv'd a mountain's name. Strong sinew'd was the youth, and big of bone; His brother Mnestheus could not more have done, Or the great father of the intrepid son. Some firebrands throw, some flights of arrows send, And some with darts, and some with stones defend. Amid the press appears the beauteous boy, The care of Venus, and the hope of Troy. His lovely face unarm'd, his head was bare, In ringlets o'er his shoulders hung his hair. His forehead circled with a diadem, Distinguish'd from the crowd, he shines a gem Enchased in gold, or polish'd ivory set, Amidst the meaner foil of sable jet. Nor Ismarus was wanting to the war, Directing pointed arrows from afar, And death with poison arm'd, in Lydia born, Where plenteous harvests the fat fields adorn, Where proud Pactolus floats the fruitful lands, And leaves a rich manure of golden sands. There Capys, author of the Capuan name, And there was Mnestheus too, increas'd in fame, Since Turnus from the camp he cast with shame. Thus mortal war was waged on either side. Meantime the hero cuts the nightly tide, For, anxious, from Evander when he went, He sought the Tyrrhene camp, and Tarchon's tent. Expos'd the cause of coming to the chief, His name and country told, and ask'd relief. Propos'd the terms, his own small strength declar'd, What vengeance proud Mezentius had prepar'd, What Turnus, bold and violent, design'd. Then show'd the slippery state of humankind, And fickle fortune, warn'd him to beware, And to his wholesome counsel added pray'r. Tarchon without delay the treaty signs, And to the Trojan troops the Tuscan joins. They soon set sail, nor now the fates withstand, their forces trusted with a foreign hand. Aeneas leads. Upon his stern appear 2 lions carved, which rising Ida bear, Ida to wand'ring Trojans ever dear. Under their grateful shade Aeneas sat, revolving war's events and various fate. His left young Pallas kept, fix'd to his side, And oft of winds enquir'd, and of the tide, Oft of the stars, and of their wat'ry way, And what he suffer'd both by land and sea. Now, sacred sisters, open all your spring, The Tuscan leaders and their army sing, Which follow'd great Aeneas to the war, Their arms, their numbers, and their names declare. 1,000 youths brave Massicus obey, Born in the Tiger through the foaming sea, From Asium brought, and Cosa by his care. For arms, light quivers, bows, and shafts they bear. Fierce Abas next, his men bright armour wore, His stern Apollo's golden statue bore. 600 Populonia sent along, All skill'd in martial exercise and strong. 300 more for battle Ilva joins, An isle renown'd for steel and unexhausted mines. Asylas on his prow the third appears, Who heav'n interprets and the wand'ring stars, From offer'd entrails prodigies expounds, And peals of thunder with presaging sounds. 1,000 spears in warlike order stand, Sent by the Pisans under his command. Fair Astur follows in the watery field, Proud of his managed horse and painted shield. Gravisca, noisome from the neighb'ring fen, And his own Caere sent 300 men, With those which Minio's fields and Pergi gave, All bred in arms, unanimous and brave. Thou, Muse, the name of Cinyras renew, And brave Cupavo, follow'd but by few, Whose helm confess'd the lineage of the man, And bore, with wings display'd, a silver swan. Love was the fault of his fam'd ancestry, Whose forms and fortunes in his ensigns fly. For Cycnus lov'd unhappy Phaeton, And sung his loss in poplar groves alone, Beneath the sister shades, to soothe his grief. Heav'n heard his song, and hasten'd his relief, And changed to snowy plumes his hoary hair, And wing'd his flight to chant aloft in air. His son Cupavo brush'd the briny flood. Upon his stern a brawny Centaur stood, Who heav'd a rock, and, threat'ning still to throw, With lifted hands alarm'd the seas below. They seem'd to fear the formidable sight, And roll'd their billows on, to speed his flight. Ocnus was next, who led his native train Of hardy warriors through the watery plain. The son of Manto, by the Tuscan stream, From whence the Mantuan town derives the name, An ancient city, but of mix'd descent. 3 several tribes compose the government. 4 towns are under each, but all obey The Mantuan laws, and own the Tuscan sway. Hate to Mezentius arm'd 500 more, Whom Mincius from his sire Benacus bore. Mincius with wreaths of reeds his forehead cover'd o'er. These grave Auletes leads, 100 sweep With stretching oars at once the glassy deep. Him and his martial train the Triton bears. High on his poop the sea-green god appears. Frowning he seems his crooked shell to sound, And at the blast the billows dance around. A hairy man above the waist he shows, A porpoise tail beneath his belly grows, And ends a fish. His breast the waves divides, And froth and foam augment the murm'ring tides. Full 30 ships transport the chosen train For Troy's relief, and scour the briny main. Now was the world forsaken by the sun, And Phoebe half her nightly race had run. The careful chief, who never closed his eyes, Himself the rudder holds, the sails supplies. A choir of Nereids met him on the flood, Once his own galleys, hewn from Ida's wood, But now as many nymphs the sea they sweep, As rode before tall vessels on the deep. They know him from afar, and in a ring Enclose the ship that bore the Trojan king. Cymodocea, whose voice excell'd the rest, Above the waves advanced her snowy breast. Her right hand stops the stern, Her left divides the curling ocean, and corrects the tides. She spoke for all the choir, and thus began with pleasing words to warn the unknowing man. "Sleeps our loved lord? O goddess born, awake! Spread every sail, pursue your watery track, and haste your course. Your navy once were we, from Ida's height descending to the sea, till Turnus, as at anchor fixed we stood, presumed to violate our holy wood. Then, loosed from shore, we fled his fires profane. Unwillingly we broke our master's chain, and since have sought you through the Tuscan main. The mighty mother changed our forms to these, and gave us life immortal in the seas. But young Ascanius in his camp distress'd by your insulting foes is hardly press'd. The Arcadian horsemen and Etrurian host advance in order on the Latian coast. To cut their way the Daunian chief designs, before their troops can reach the Trojan lines. Thou, when the rosy morn restores the light, first arm thy soldiers for the ensuing fight. Thyself the fated sword of Vulcan wield, and bear aloft the impenetrable shield. Tomorrow's sun, unless my skill be vain, shall see huge heaps of foes in battle slain." Parting, she spoke, and with immortal force push'd on the vessel in her watery course, for well she knew the way. Impell'd behind, the ship flew forward, and outstripp'd the wind. The rest make up. Unknowing of the cause, the chief admires their speed, and happy omens draws. Then thus he pray'd, and fix'd on heav'n his eyes: "Hear thou, great mother of the deities, with turrets crown'd, on Ida's holy hill fierce tigers, rein'd and curb'd, obey thy will. Firm thy own omens, lead us on to fight, and let thy Phrygians conquer in thy right." He said no more, and now renewing day had chas'd the shadows of the night away. He charg'd the soldiers, with preventing care, their flags to follow, and their arms prepare; warn'd of the ensuing fight, and bade 'em hope the war. Now his lofty poop he view'd below, his camp encompass'd, and the enclosing foe. His blazing shield embrac'd he held on high. The camp receive the sign, and with loud shouts reply. Hope arms their courage; from their tow'rs they throw their darts with double force, and drive the foe. Thus, at the signal giv'n, the cranes arise before the stormy south, and blacken all the skies. King Turnus wonder'd at the fight renew'd, till, looking back, the Trojan fleet he view'd. The seas with swelling canvas cover'd o'er, and the swift ships descending on the shore. The Latians saw from far, with dazzled eyes, the radiant crest that seem'd in flames to rise, and dart diffusive fires around the field, and the keen glitt'ring of the golden shield. Thus threat'ning comets, when by night they rise, shoot sanguine streams, and sadden all the skies. So Sirius, flashing forth sinister lights, pale humankind with plagues and with dry famine fright. Yet Turnus, with undaunted mind, is bent to man the shores, and hinder their descent, and thus awakes the courage of his friends. "What you so long have wish'd, kind fortune sends, in ardent arms to meet th' invading foe. You find, and find him at advantage now. Yours is the day, you need but only dare. Your swords will make you masters of the war. Your sires, your sons, your houses, and your lands, and dearest wives, are all within your hands. Be mindful of the race from whence you came, and emulate in arms your father's fame. Now take the time, while stagg'ring yet they stand, with feet unfirm, and prepossess the strand. Fortune befriends the bold." No more he said, but balanc'd whom to leave and whom to lead. Then these elects, the landing to prevent, and those he leaves, to keep the city pent. Meantime the Trojan sends his troops ashore. Some are by boats expos'd, by bridges more. With labouring oars they bear along the strand, where the tide languishes, and leap a land. Tarchon observes the coast with careful eyes, and where no ford he finds, no water fries, nor billows with unequal murmurs roar, but smoothly slide along and swell the shore. That course he steer'd, and thus he gave command. Here ply your oars, and at all hazard land. Force on the vessel, that her keel may wound this hated soil, and furrow hostile ground. Let me securely land, I ask no more. Then sink my ships, or shatter on the shore." This fiery speech inflames his fearful friends. They tug at every oar, and every stretcher bends. They run their ships aground; the vessels knock, thus forc'd ashore, and tremble with the shock. Tarchon's alone was lost, that stranded stood, Stuck on a bank, and beaten by the flood. She breaks her back; the loosen'd sides give way, and plunge the Tuscan soldiers in the sea. Their broken oars and floating planks withstand their passage, while they labour to the land, and ebbing tides bear back upon the uncertain sand. Now Turnus leads his troops without delay, advancing to the margin of the sea. The trumpets sound. Aeneas first assail'd the clowns new rais'd and raw, and soon prevail'd. Great Theron fell, an omen of the fight. Great Theron, large of limbs, of giant height. He first in open field defied the prince, but armour scal'd with gold was no defence against the fated sword, which open'd wide his plated shield, and pierc'd his naked side. Next Lycas fell, who, not like others born, was from his wretched mother ripp'd and torn. Sacred, O Phoebus, from his birth to thee, for his beginning life from biting steel was free. Not far from him was Gyas laid along, of monstrous bulk, with Cisseus fierce and strong. Vain bulk and strength! For when the chief assail'd, nor valour nor Herculean arms avail'd, nor their fam'd father wont in war to go with great Alcides, when he toil'd below. The noisy Pharos next receiv'd his death. Aeneas writhed his dart, and stopp'd his bawling breath. Then wretched Cydon had receiv'd his doom, who courted Clytius in his beardless bloom, and sought with lust obscene polluted joys. The Trojan sword had curd his love of boys, had not his 7 bold brethren stopp'd the course of the fierce champions with united force. 7 darts were thrown at once, and some rebound from his bright shield, some on his helmet sound. The rest had reach'd him, but his mother's care prevented those, and turn'd aside in air. The prince then call'd Achates to supply the spears that knew the way to victory. Those fatal weapons, which inur'd to blood, in Grecian bodies under Ilium stood. Not one of those my hand shall toss in vain against our foes on this contended plain. He said, then seiz'd a mighty spear, and threw, which, wing'd with fate, through Maion's buckler flew, pierc'd all the brazen plates, and reach'd his heart. He stagger'd with intolerable smart. Alcanor saw, and reach'd, but reach'd in vain, his helping hand, his brother to sustain. A second spear, which kept the former course, from the same hand, and sent with equal force, his right arm pierc'd, and, holding on, bereft his use of both, and pinion'd down his left. Then Numitor from his dead brother drew th' ill-omen'd spear, and at the Trojan threw. Preventing fate directs the lance away, which, glancing, only mark'd Achates' thigh. In pride of youth the Sabine Clausus came, and from afar at Dryops took his aim. The spear flew hissing through the middle space, and pierc'd his throat, directed at his face. It stopp'd at once the passage of his wind, and the free soul to flitting air resign'd. His forehead was the first that struck the ground. Life blood and life rush'd mingled through the wound. He slew 3 brothers of the Borean race, and 3 whom Ismarus, their native place, had sent to war, but all the sons of Thrace. Halesus next the bold Aurunci leads. The son of Neptune to his aid succeeds, conspicuous on his horse. On either hand these fight to keep, and those to win, the land. With mutual blood th' Ausonian soil is dyed, while on its borders each their claim decide. As wintry winds, contending in the sky, with equal force of lungs their titles try. They rage, they roar; the doubtful rack of heaven stands without motion, and the tide undriven. Each bent to conquer, neither side to yield, they long suspend the fortune of the field. Both armies thus perform what courage can, foot set to foot, and mingled man to man. But in another part th' Arcadian horse With ill success engag'd the Latin force: For, where th' impetuous torrent, rushing down Huge craggy stones and rooted trees had thrown, They left their coursers, and, unus'd to fight On foot, were scatter'd in a shameful flight. Pallas, who with disdain and grief had view'd His foes pursuing, and his friends pursued, Us'd threat'nings mix'd with pray'rs, his last resource, With these to move their minds, and those to fire their force. "Which way, companions? Whither would you run? By you yourselves, and mighty battles won, By my great sire, by his establish'd name, And early promise of my future fame, By my youth, emulous of equal right To share his honours, shun ignoble flight. Trust not your feet, your hands must hew way Thro' yon black body, and that thick array. 'Tis thro' that forward path that we must come; There lies our way, and that our passage home. Nor pow'rs above, nor destinies below Oppress our arms: with equal strength we go, With mortal hands, to meet a mortal foe. See on what foot we stand: a scanty shore, The sea behind, our enemies before. No passage left, unless we swim the main, Or, forcing these, the Trojan trenches gain." This said, he strode with eager haste along, And bore amidst the thickest of the throng. Largus, the first he met with fate to foe, Had heav'd a stone of mighty weight to throw. Stooping, the spear descended on his chine, Just where the bone distinguish'd either loin. It stuck so fast, so deeply buried lay, That scarce the victor forc'd the steel away. Hisbon came on; but, while he mov'd too slow To wish to revenge, the prince prevents his blow. For, warding his at once he press'd, And plung'd the fatal weapon in his breast. Then lewd Anchemolus he laid in dust, Who stain'd his stepdam's bed with impious lust. And after him the Daucian twins were slain, Laris and Thymbrus, on the Latian plain. So wondrous like in feature, shape, and size, As caus'd an error in their parents' eyes. Grateful mistake! But soon the sword decides The nice distinction, and their fate divides. For Thymbrus' head was lopp'd, and Laris' hand, Dismember'd, sought its owner on the strand. The trembling fingers yet the falchion strain, And threaten still th' intended stroke in vain. Now, to renew the charge, th' Arcadians came. Sight of such acts, and sense of honest shame, And grief with anger mix'd, their minds inflame. Then with a casual blow was Rhoeteus slain, Who chanc'd, as Pallas threw, to cross the plain. The flying spear was after Ilus sent, But Rhoeteus happen'd on a death unmeant. From Teuthras and from Tyres while he fled, The lance athwart his body laid him dead. Roll'd from his chariot with a mortal wound, And intercepted fate, he spurn'd the ground. As when in summer welcome winds arise, The watchful shepherd to the forest flies, And fires the midmost plants. Contagion spreads, and catching flames infect the neighbouring heads. Around the forest flies the furious blast, And all the leafy nation sinks at last, And Vulcan rides in triumph o'er the waste. The pastor, pleas'd with his dire victory, Beholds the satiate flames in sheets ascend the sky. So Pallas' troops their scatter'd strength unite, And pouring on their foes their prince delight. Halesus came, fierce with desire of blood, But first collected in his arms he stood. Advancing then, he plied the spear so well, Ladon, Demodocus, and Pheres fell. Around his head he toss'd his glitt'ring brand, And from Strymonius hew'd his better hand, Held up to guard his throat. Then hurl'd a stone at Thoas' ample front, And pierc'd the bone. It struck beneath the space of either eye, And blood and mingled brains together fly. Deep skill'd in future fates, Halesus' sire Did with the youth to lonely groves retire. But when the father's mortal race was run, dire destiny laid hold upon the son, and haul'd him to the war, to find, beneath th' Evandrian spear, a memorable death. Pallas th' encounter seeks, but ere he throws, to Tuscan Tiber thus address'd his vows: "O sacred stream, direct my flying dart, And give to pass the proud Halesus' heart: His arms and spoils thy holy oak shall bear." Pleas'd with the bribe, the god receiv'd his pray'r; For while his shield protects a friend distress'd, the dart came driving on, and pierc'd his breast. But Lausus, no small portion of the war, Permits not panic fear to reign too far, Caus'd by the death of so renown'd a knight, But by his own example cheers the fight. Fierce Abas first he slew, Abas, the stay Of Trojan hopes, and hindrance of the day. The Phrygian troops escaped the Greeks in vain; They and their mix'd allies now load the plain. To the rude shock of war both armies came, Their leaders equal, and their strength the same. The rear so press'd the front, they could not wield Their angry weapons to dispute the field. Here Pallas urges on, and Lausus there: Of equal youth and beauty both appear, But both by fate forbid to breathe their native air. Their congress in the field great Jove withstands, Both doom'd to fall, but fall by greater hands. End of Book 10, Part 1. Dryden. Book 10, The Death of Princes, Part 2. Meantime Juturna warns the Daunian chief Of Lausus' danger, urging swift relief. With his driven chariot he divides the crowd, And, making to his friends, thus calls aloud: "Let none presume his needless aid to join. Retire, and clear the field: the fight is mine. To this right hand is Pallas only due. O, were his father here, my just revenge to view!" From the forbidden space his men retir'd. Pallas their awe and his stern words admir'd, Survey'd him o'er and o'er with wond'ring sight, Struck with his haughty mien and tow'ring height. Then to the king: "Your empty vaunts forbear. Success I hope, and fate I cannot fear. Alive or dead, I shall deserve a name. Jove is impartial, and to both the same." He said, and to the void advanc'd his pace. Pale horror sate on each Arcadian face. Then Turnus, from his chariot leaping light, Address'd himself on foot to single fight; And, as a lion, when he spies from far A bull that seems to meditate the war, Bending his neck, and spurning back the sand, Runs roaring downward from his hilly stand: Imagine eager Turnus, not more slow To rush from high on his unequal foe. Young Pallas, when he saw the chief advance Within due distance of his flying lance, Prepares to charge him first, resolv'd to try If fortune would his want of force supply; And thus to heav'n and Hercules address'd: "Alcides, once on earth Evander's guest, His son adjures you by those holy rites, That hospitable board, those genial nights. Assist my great attempt to gain this prize, And let proud Turnus view with dying eyes His ravish'd spoils." 'Twas heard, the vain request. Alcides mourn'd, and stifled sighs within his breast. Then Jove, to soothe his sorrow, thus began: "Short bounds of life are set to mortal man. 'Tis virtue's work alone to stretch the narrow span. So many sons of gods, in bloody fight, Around the walls of Troy have lost the light. My own Sarpedon fell beneath his foe, Nor I, his mighty sire, could ward the blow. Ev'n Turnus shortly shall resign his breath, And stands already on the verge of death." This said, the god permits the fatal fight, But from the Latian fields averts his sight. Now with full force his spear young Pallas threw, And having thrown, his shining falchion drew. The steel just graz'd along the shoulder joint, And mark'd it slightly with the glancing point. Fierce Turnus first to nearer distance drew, And pois'd his pointed spear before he threw. Then, as the winged weapon whizz'd along, "See now," said he, "whose arm is better strung." The spear kept on the fatal course, unstay'd By plates of iron which o'er the shield were laid. Thro' folded brass and tough bull hides it pass'd, His corslet pierc'd, and reach'd his heart at last. In vain the youth tugs at the broken wood, The soul comes issuing with the vital blood. He falls, his arms upon his body sound, And with his bloody teeth he bites the ground. Turnus bestrode the corpse. "Arcadians, hear," said he, "my message to your master bear. Such as the sire deserv'd, the son I send. It costs him dear to be the Phrygians' friend. The lifeless body, tell him, I bestow, Unask'd, to rest his wandering ghost below." He said, and trampled down with all the force Of his left foot, and spurn'd the wretched corse. Then snatch'd the shining belt with gold inlaid, The belt Eurytion's artful hands had made, Where 50 fatal brides, express'd to sight, All in the compass of one mournful night, Depriv'd their bridegrooms of returning light. In an ill hour insulting Turnus tore Those golden spoils, and in a worse he wore. O mortals, blind in fate, who never know To bear high fortune, or endure the low! The time shall come, when Turnus, but in vain, Shall wish untouch'd the trophies of the slain, Shall wish the fatal belt were far away, And curse the dire remembrance of the day. The sad Arcadians from th' unhappy field Bear back the breathless body on a shield. O grace and grief of war! At once restor'd with praises to thy sire, At once deplor'd. One day first sent thee to the fighting field, Beheld whole heaps of foes in battle kill'd; One day beheld thee dead, and borne upon thy shield. This dismal news not from uncertain fame, But sad spectators, to the hero came. His friends upon the brink of ruin stand, Unless reliev'd by his victorious hand. He whirls his sword around without delay, And hews thro' adverse foes an ample way, To find fierce Turnus, of his conquest proud. Evander, Pallas, all that friendship ow'd To large deserts, are present to his eyes, His plighted hand, and hospitable ties. 4 sons of Sulmo, 4 whom Ufens bred, He took in fight, and living victims led, To please the ghost of Pallas, and expire In sacrifice before his funeral fire. At Magus next he threw. He stoop'd below the flying spear, and shunn'd the promis'd blow. Then, creeping, clasp'd the hero's knees, and pray'd: "By young Iulus, by thy father's shade, O spare my life, and send me back to see My longing sire and tender progeny. A lofty house I have, and wealth untold, In silver ingots and in bars of gold. All these, and sums besides which see no day, The ransom of this one poor life shall pay. If I survive, will Troy the less prevail? A single soul's too light to turn the scale." He said. The hero sternly thus replied: "Thy bars and ingots, and the sums beside, Leave for thy children's lot. Thy Turnus broke all rules of war by one relentless stroke, When Pallas fell: so deems, nor deems alone, My father's shadow, but my living son." Thus having said, of kind remorse bereft, He seiz'd his helm, and dragg'd him with his left; Then with his right hand, while his neck he wreath'd, Up to the hilts his shining fauchion sheath'd. Apollo's priest, Aeneas, was near; His holy fillets on his front appear. Glitt'ring in arms, he shone amidst the crowd, Much of his god, more of his purple proud. Him the fierce Trojan follow'd thro' the field. The holy coward fell, and forc'd to yield. The prince stood o'er the priest, and at one blow Sent him an off'ring to the shades below. His arms Seresthus on his shoulders bears, design'd a trophy to the god of wars. Vulcanian Caeculus renews the fight, And Umbro, born upon the mountain's height. The champion cheers his troops t' encounter those, And seeks revenge himself on other foes. At Anxur's shield he drove, and at the blow Both shield and arm to ground together go. Anxur had boasted much of magic charms, And thought he wore impenetrable arms, So made by mutter'd spells, and from the spheres Had life secur'd in vain for length of years. Then Tarquitus the field in triumph trod, A nymph his mother, his sire a god. Exulting in bright arms, he braves the prince. With his protended lance he makes defence, Bears back his feeble foe, then, pressing on, Arrests his better hand, and drags him down. Stands o'er the prostrate wretch, and, as he lay, Vain tales inventing and prepar'd to prey, Mows off his head. The trunk a moment stood, then sunk, and roll'd along the sand in blood. The vengeful victor thus upbraids the slain: "Lie there, proud man, unpitied on the plain! Lie there, inglorious and without a tomb, Far from thy mother and thy native home, Exposed to savage beasts and birds of prey, Or thrown for food to monsters of the sea." On Lycus and Antaeus next he ran, Two chiefs of Turnus, and who led his van. They fled for fear. With these he chas'd along Camers the yellow-lock'd, and Numa strong, Both great in arms, and both were fair and young. Camers was son to Volscens lately slain, In wealth surpassing all the Latian train, And in Amycla fix'd his silent, easy reign. And, as Aegeon, when with heav'n he strove, Stood opposite in arms to mighty Jove, Mov'd all his 100 hands, provok'd the war, Defied the forky lightning from afar, At 50 mouths his flaming breath expires, And flash for flash returns, and fires for fires. In his right hand as many swords he wields, And takes the thunder on as many shields. With strength like his the Trojan hero stood, And soon the fields with falling corpse were strow'd, When once his fauchion found the taste of blood. With fury scarce to be conceiv'd he flew Against Niphaeus, whom 4 coursers drew. They, when they see the fiery chief advance, And pushing at their chests his pointed lance, Wheel'd with so swift a motion, mad with fear, They threw their master headlong from the chair. They stare, they start, nor stop their course, before they bear the bounding chariot to the shore. Now Lucagus and Liger scour the plains, With 2 white steeds; but Liger holds the reins, And Lucagus the lofty seat maintains, Bold brethren both. The former wav'd in air his flaming sword; Aeneas couch'd his spear, Unus'd to threats, and more unus'd to fear. Then Liger thus: "Thy confidence is vain To 'scape from hence, as from the Trojan plain. Nor these the steeds which Diomede bestrode, Nor this the chariot where Achilles rode, Nor Venus' veil is here near Neptune's shield. Thy fatal hour is come, and this the field." Thus Liger vainly vaunts. The Trojan peer Return'd his answer with his flying spear. As Lucagus to lash his horses bends, Prone to the wheels, and his left foot protends, Prepar'd for fight, the fatal dart arrives, And thro' the borders of his buckler drives. Pass'd thro', and pierc'd his groin; the deadly wound, Cast from his chariot, roll'd him on the ground. Whom thus the chief upbraids with scornful spite: "Blame not the slowness of your steeds in flight. Vain shadows did not force their swift retreat, But you yourself forsake your empty seat." He said, and seiz'd at once the loosen'd rein, For Liger lay already on the plain, By the same shock; then, stretching out his hands, The recreant thus his wretched life demands: "Now by thyself, O more than mortal man, By her, and him from whom thy breath began, Who form'd thee thus divine, I beg thee, spare This forfeit life, and hear thy suppliant's pray'r. Thus much he spoke, and more he would have said, but the stern hero turn'd aside his head, and cut him short. "I hear another man; you talk'd not thus before the fight began. Now take your turn, and, as a brother should, attend your brother to the Stygian flood." Then thro' his breast his fatal sword he sent, and the soul issued at the gaping vent. As storms the skies, and torrents tear the ground, thus rag'd the prince, and scatter'd deaths around. At length Ascanius and the Trojan train broke from the camp so long besieg'd in vain. Meantime the king of gods and mortal man held conference with his queen, and thus began: "My sister goddess and well-pleasing wife, still think you Venus' aid supports the strife, sustains her Trojans, or themselves alone with inborn valour force their fortune on? How fierce in fight, with courage undecay'd! Judge if such warriors want immortal aid." To whom the goddess, with the charming eyes, soft in her tone, submissively replies: "Why, O my sov'reign lord, whose frown I fear, And cannot unconcern'd your anger bear, why urge you thus my grief? When, if I still, as once I was, were mistress of your will, From your almighty pow'r your pleasing wife Might gain the grace of lengthening Turnus' life, securely snatch him from the fatal fight, And give him to his aged father's sight. Now let him perish, since you hold it good, And glut the Trojans with his pious blood. Yet from our lineage he derives his name, And in the 4th degree from god Pilumnus came. Yet he devoutly pays you rites divine, And offers daily incense at your shrine." Then shortly thus the sov'reign god replied: "Since in my pow'r and goodness you confide, If for a little space, a lengthen'd span, You beg reprieve for this expiring man, I grant you leave to take your Turnus hence From instant fate, and can so far dispense. But if some secret meaning lies beneath, To save the short-liv'd youth from destined death, Or if a farther thought you entertain To change the fates, you feed your hopes in vain." To whom the goddess thus, with weeping eyes: "And what if that request your tongue denies, Your heart should grant, and not a short reprieve, But length of certain life to Turnus give? Now speedy death attends the guiltless youth, If my presaging soul divines with truth, Which, oh, I wish might err thro' causeless fears, And you, for you have pow'r, prolong his years." Thus having said, involv'd in clouds she flies, And drives a storm before her thro' the skies. Swift she descends, alighting on the plain, Where the fierce foes a dubious fight maintain. Of air condens'd a spectre soon she made, And what Aeneas was, such seem'd the shade. Adorn'd with Dardan arms, the phantom bore His head aloft, a plumy crest he wore. This hand appear'd a shining sword to wield, And that sustain'd an imitated shield. With manly mien he stalk'd along the ground, Nor wanted voice belied, nor vaunting sound. Thus haunting ghosts appear to waking sight, Or dreadful visions in our dreams by night. The spectre seems the Daunian chief to dare, And flourishes his empty sword in air. At this, advancing, Turnus hurl'd his spear. The phantom wheel'd, and seem'd to fly for fear. Deluded Turnus thought the Trojan fled, And with vain hopes his haughty fancy fed. "Whither, O coward?" thus he calls aloud, Nor found he spoke to wind, and chas'd a cloud. "Why thus forsake your bride? Receive from me the fated land you sought so long by sea." He said, and brandishing at once his blade, With eager pace pursued the flying shade. By chance a ship was fasten'd to the shore, Which from old Clusium King Osinius bore. The plank was ready laid for safe ascent; For shelter there the trembling shadow bent, And skipp'd and skulk'd, and under hatches went. Exulting Turnus, with regardless haste, Ascends the plank, and to the galley pass'd. Scarce had he reach'd the prow, Saturnia's hand the haulsers cuts, and shoots the ship from land. With wind in poop the vessel plows the sea, and measures back with speed her former way. Meantime Aeneas seeks his absent foe, and sends his slaughter'd troops to shades below. The guileful phantom now forsook the shroud, and flew sublime, and vanish'd in a cloud. Too late young Turnus the delusion found, far on the sea, still making from the ground. Then, thankless for a life redeem'd by shame, with sense of honour stung, and forfeit fame, fearful besides of what in fight had pass'd, his hands and haggard eyes to heav'n he cast. "O Jove!" he cried, "for what offence have I deserv'd to bear this endless infamy? Whence am I forc'd, and whither am I borne? How and with what reproach shall I return? Shall ever I behold the Latian plain, or see Laurentum's lofty tow'rs again? What will they say of their deserting chief? The war was mine, I fly from their relief. I led to slaughter, and in slaughter leave, and ev'n from hence their dying groans receive. Here, overmatch'd in fight, in heaps they lie; there, scatter'd o'er the fields, ignobly fly. Gape wide, O earth, and draw me down alive; or, O ye pitying winds, a wretch relieve! On sands or shelves the splitting vessel drive, or set me shipwreck'd on some desert shore, where no Rutulian eyes may see me more, unknown to friends or foes, or conscious fame, lest she should follow, and my flight proclaim." Thus Turnus rav'd, and various fates revolv'd. The choice was doubtful, but the death resolv'd. And now the sword, and now the sea took place, that to revenge, and this to purge disgrace. Sometimes he thought to swim the stormy main, by stretch of arms the distant shore to gain. Thrice he the sword essay'd, and thrice the flood; but Juno, mov'd with pity, both withstood, and thrice repress'd his rage. Strong gales supplied, and push'd the vessel o'er the swelling tide. At length she lands him on his native shores, and to his father's longing arms restores. Meantime, by Jove's impulse, Mezentius, arm'd, succeeding Turnus, with his ardour warm'd his fainting friends, reproach'd their shameful flight, repell'd the victors, and renew'd the fight. Against their king the Tuscan troops conspire; such is their hate, and such their fierce desire Of wish'd revenge. On him, and him alone, all hands employ'd, and all their darts are thrown. He, like a solid rock by seas enclos'd, to raging winds and roaring waves oppos'd, from his proud summit looking down, disdains their empty menace, and unmov'd remains. Beneath his feet fell haughty Hebrus dead, then Latagus and Palmus as he fled. At Latagus a weighty stone he flung; his face was flatted, and his helmet rung. But Palmus from behind receives his wound; hamstring'd he falls, and grovels on the ground. His crest and armour from his body torn, thy shoulders, Lausus, and thy head adorn. Evas and Mimas, both of Troy, he slew. Mimas his birth from fair Theano drew, born on that fatal night, when, big with fire, the queen produced young Paris to his sire. But Paris in the Phrygian fields was slain, unthinking Mimas on the Latian plain. And, as a savage boar on mountains bred, with forest mast and fattening marshes fed, when once he sees himself in toils enclos'd, by huntsmen and their eager hounds oppos'd, he whets his tusks, and turns and dares the war. The invaders dart their jav'lins from afar; all keep aloof, and safely shout around, but none presumes to give a nearer wound. He frets and froths, erects his bristled hide, and shakes a grove of lances from his side. Not otherwise the troops, with hate inspir'd, and just revenge against the tyrant fir'd, their darts with clamour at a distance drive, and only keep the languish'd war alive. From Corytus came Acron to the fight, who left his spouse betroth'd and unconsummate night. Mezentius sees him thro' the squadrons ride, proud of the purple favours of his bride. Then, as a hungry lion who beholds a gamesome goat who frisks about the folds, or beamy stag that grazes on the plain, he runs, he roars, he shakes his rising mane, he grins and opens wide his greedy jaws. The prey lies panting underneath his paws. He fills his famish'd maw, his mouth runs o'er with unchew'd morsels, while he churns the gore. So proud Mezentius rushes on his foes, and first unhappy Acron overthrows. Stretch'd at his length he spurns the swarthy ground. The lance, besmear'd with blood, lies broken in the wound. Then with disdain the haughty victor view'd Orodes flying, nor the wretch pursued, nor thought the dastard's back deserv'd a wound, but, running, gain'd the advantage of the ground. Then turning short, he met him face to face, to give his victory the better grace. Orodes falls, in equal fight oppress'd. Mezentius fix'd his foot upon his breast, and rested lance, and thus aloud he cries: "Lo! here the champion of my rebels lies!" The fields around with Io Paean ring, and peals of shouts applaud the conqu'ring king. At this the vanquish'd, with his dying breath, thus faintly spoke, and prophesied in death: "Nor thou, proud man, unpunish'd shalt remain; like death attends thee on this fatal plain." Then, sourly smiling, thus the king replied: "For what belongs to me let Jove provide; But die thou first, whatever chance ensue." He said, and from the wound the weapon drew. A hov'ring mist came swimming o'er his sight, and seal'd his eyes in everlasting night. By Caedicus Alcathous was slain. Sacrator laid Hydaspes on the plain. Orses the strong to greater strength must yield. He, with Parthenius, were by Rapo kill'd. Then brave Messapus Ericetes slew, Who from Lycaon's blood his lineage drew. But from his headstrong horse his fate he found, Who threw his master as he made a bound. The chief alighting struck him to the ground. Then Clonius hand to hand on foot assails. The Trojan sinks, and Neptune's son prevails. Argus the Lycian, stepping forth with pride, To single fight the boldest foe defied, Whom Tuscan Valorus by force o'ercame, And not belied his mighty father's fame. Salius to death the great Antronius sent, But the same fate the victor underwent, Slain by Nealces' hand, well skill'd to throw The flying dart, and draw the far-deceiving bow. Thus equal deaths are dealt with equal chance. By turns they quit their ground, by turns advance. Victors and vanquish'd in the various field, Nor wholly overcome, nor wholly yield. The gods from heav'n survey the fatal strife, And mourn the miseries of human life. Above the rest, 2 goddesses appear, Concern'd for each; here Venus, Juno there. Amidst the crowd infernal Ate shakes Her scourge aloft, and crest of hissing snakes. Once more the proud Mezentius with disdain Brandish'd his spear, and rush'd into the plain, Where, tow'ring in the midmost rank, he stood, Like tall Orion stalking o'er the flood. When with his brawny breast he cuts the waves, His shoulders scarce the topmost billow laves. Or like a mountain ash, whose roots are spread Deep fix'd in earth, in clouds he hides his head. The Trojan prince beheld him from afar, And dauntless undertook the doubtful war. Collected in his strength, and like a rock, Pois'd on his base, Mezentius stood the shock. He stood, and measuring first with careful eyes The space his spear could reach, aloud he cries: "My strong right hand and sword assist my stroke." Those only gods Mezentius will invoke. His armour, from the Trojan pirate torn, By my triumphant Lausus shall be worn. He said, and with his utmost force he threw the massy spear, which, hissing as it flew, reach'd the celestial shield, that stopp'd the course; but, glancing thence, the yet unbroken force took a new bent obliquely, and betwixt the side and bowels fam'd Anthores fix'd. Anthores had from Argos travell'd far, Alcides' friend, and brother of the war, Till, tir'd with toils, fair Italy he chose, And in Evander's palace sought repose. Now, falling by another's wound, his eyes he cast to heav'n, on Argos thinks, and dies. The pious Trojan then his jav'lin sent; the shield gave way; thro' treble plates it went Of solid brass, of linen trebly roll'd, And 3 bull hides, which round the buckler fold. All these it pass'd, resistless in the course, Transpierc'd his thigh, and spent its dying force. The gaping wound gush'd out a crimson flood. The Trojan, glad with sight of hostile blood, His falchion drew, to closer fight address'd, And with new force his fainting foe oppress'd. His father's peril Lausus view'd with grief; He sigh'd, he wept, he ran to his relief. And here, heroic youth, 'tis here I must To thy immortal memory be just, And sing an act so noble and so new, Posterity will scarce believe 'tis true. Pain'd with his wound, and useless for the fight, The father sought to save himself by flight. Encumber'd, slow he dragg'd the spear along, Which pierc'd his thigh, and in his buckler hung. The pious youth, resolv'd on death, below The lifted sword springs forth to face the foe, Protects his parent, and prevents the blow. Shouts of applause ran ringing thro' the field, To see the son the vanquish'd father shield. All, fir'd with gen'rous indignation, strive, And with a storm of darts to distance drive The Trojan chief, who, held at bay from far, On his Vulcanian orb sustain'd the war. As when thick hail comes rattling in the wind, The ploughman, passenger, and lab'ring hind For shelter to the neighb'ring covert fly, Or, hous'd, or safe in hollow caverns lie. But, that o'erblown, when heav'n above 'em smiles, Return to travel and renew their toils. Aeneas thus, o'erwhelm'd on every side, The storm of darts, undaunted, did abide; And thus to Lausus, loud with friendly threat'ning, cried: "Why wilt thou rush to certain death, and rage In rash attempts beyond thy tender age, Betray'd by pious love?" Nor, thus forborne, the youth desists, but with insulting scorn Provokes the ling'ring prince, whose patience, tir'd, gave place, and all his breast with fury fir'd. For now the Fates prepar'd their sharpen'd shears, And lifted high the flaming sword appears, Which, full descending with a frightful sway, Thro' shield and corslet forc'd th' impetuous way, And buried deep in his fair bosom lay. The purple streams thro' the thin armour strove, And drench'd th' embroider'd coat his mother wove. And life at length forsook his heaving heart, Loth from so sweet a mansion to depart. But when, with blood and paleness all o'erspread, The pious prince beheld young Lausus dead, He griev'd, he wept; the sight an image brought Of his own filial love, a sadly pleasing thought. Then stretch'd his hand to hold him up, and said: "Poor hapless youth! What praises can be paid to love so great, To such transcendent store of early worth, And sure presage of more? Accept whate'er Aeneas can afford; Untouch'd thy arms, untaken be thy sword; And all that pleas'd thee living still remain Inviolate, and sacred to the slain. Thy body on thy parents I bestow, To rest thy soul, at least, if shadows know, Or have a sense of human things below. There to thy fellow ghosts with glory tell, 'Twas by the great Aeneas' hand I fell." With this his distant friends he beckons near, Provokes their duty, and prevents their fear. himself assists to lift him from the ground, with clotted locks and blood that welled from out the wound. Meantime his father, now no father, stood, and wash'd his wounds by Tiber's yellow flood. Oppress'd with anguish, panting and o'erspent, his fainting limbs against an oak he leant. A bough his brazen helmet did sustain, his heavier arms lay scatter'd on the plain. A chosen train of youth around him stand, his drooping head was rested on his hand, his grisly beard his pensive bosom sought, and all on Lausus ran his restless thought. Careful, concern'd his danger to prevent, he much enquir'd, and many a message sent to warn him from the field. Alas, in vain! Behold, his mournful followers bear him slain. O'er his broad shield still gush'd the yawning wound, and drew a bloody trail along the ground. Far off he heard their cries, far off divined the dire event, with a foreboding mind. With dust he sprinkled first his hoary head, then both his lifted hands to heaven he spread. Last, the dear corpse embracing, thus he said: "What joys, alas, could this frail being give, that I have been so covetous to live? To see my son, and such a son, resign his life, a ransom for preserving mine! And am I then preserved, and art thou lost? How much too dear has that redemption cost! 'Tis now my bitter banishment I feel. This is a wound too deep for time to heal. My guilt thy growing virtues did defame, my blackness blotted thy unblemish'd name. Chased from a throne, abandon'd and exil'd for foul misdeeds, were punishments too mild. I owed my people these, and from their hate with less resentment could have borne my fate. And yet I live, and yet sustain the sight of hated men, and of more hated light, but will not long." With that he raised from ground his fainting limbs, that stagger'd with his wound, yet with a mind resolved, and unappall'd with pains or perils, for his courser call'd, well-mouth'd, well-manag'd, whom himself did dress with daily care, and mounted with success, his aid in arms, his ornament in peace. Soothing his courage with a gentle stroke, the steed seem'd sensible while thus he spoke: "O Rhoebus, we have lived too long for me, if life and long were terms that could agree. This day thou either shalt bring back the head and bloody trophies of the Trojan dead, this day thou either shalt revenge my woe for murder'd Lausus on his cruel foe, or, if inexorable fate deny our conquest, with thy conquer'd master die. For after such a lord, I rest secure, thou wilt no foreign reins or Trojan load endure." He said, and straight th' officious courser kneels to take his wonted weight. His hand he fills with pointed javelins, on his head he laced his glitt'ring helm, which terribly was graced with waving horsehair, nodding from afar. Then spurr'd his thund'ring steed amidst the war. Love, anguish, wrath, and grief to madness wrought, despair and secret shame, and conscious thought of inborn worth, his labouring soul oppress'd, roll'd in his eyes, and raged within his breast. Then loud he call'd Aeneas thrice by name. The loud repeated voice to glad Aeneas came. "Great Jove," he said, "and the far-shooting god, inspire thy mind to make thy challenge good." He spoke no more, but hasten'd, void of fear, and threaten'd with his long protended spear. To whom Mezentius thus: "Thy vaunts are vain: my Lausus lies extended on the plain. He's lost: thy conquest is already won: the wretched sire is murder'd in the son. Nor fate I fear, but all the gods defy. Forbear thy threats: my bus'ness is to die. But first receive this parting legacy." He said, and straight a whirling dart he sent. Another after, and another went. Round in a spacious ring he rides the field, And vainly plies th' impenetrable shield. Thrice rode he round, and thrice Aeneas wheel'd, Turn'd as he turn'd: the golden orb withstood the strokes, and bore about an iron wood. Impatient of delay, and weary grown, Still to defend, and to defend alone, To wrench the darts which in his buckler light, Urg'd and o'erlabour'd in unequal fight, At length resolv'd, he throws with all his force Full at the temples of the warrior horse. Just where the stroke was aim'd, th' unerring spear Made way, and stood transfix'd thro' either ear. Seiz'd with unwonted pain, surpris'd with fright, The wounded steed curvets, and rais'd upright Lights on his feet before; his hoofs behind Spring in air aloft, and lash the wind. Down comes the rider headlong from his height. His horse came after with unwieldy weight, And flound'ring forward, pitching on his head, His lord's encumber'd shoulder overlaid. From either host the mingled shouts and cries Of Trojans and Rutulians rend the skies. Aeneas, hast'ning, wav'd his fatal sword High o'er his head, with this reproachful word: "Now, where are now thy vaunts, the fierce disdain Of proud Mezentius, and the lofty strain?" Struggling, and wildly staring on the skies, With scarce recover'd sight, he thus replies: "Why these insulting words, this waste of breath, To souls undaunted, and secure of death? 'Tis no dishonour for the brave to die; Nor came I here with hope of victory; Nor ask I life, nor fought with that design. As I had us'd my fortune, use thou thine. My dying son contracted no such band; The gift is hateful from his murd'rer's hand. For this only favour let me sue: If pity can to conquer'd foes be due, Refuse it not; but let my body have The last retreat of human kind, a grave. Too well I know th' insulting people's hate: Protect me from their vengeance after fate. This refuge for my poor remains provide, And lay my much lov'd Lausus by my side." He said, and to the sword his throat applied. The crimson stream distain'd his arms around, And the disdainful soul came rushing thro' the wound. End of Book 10.
Julius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 11, Debaters and a Warrior Girl, Part 1. Scarce had the rosy morning raised her head above the waves, and left her wat'ry bed. The pious chief, whom double cares attend For his unburied soldiers and his friend, yet first to heav'n perform'd a victor's vows. He barr'd an ancient oak of all her boughs. Then on a rising ground the trunk he placed, Which with the spoils of his dead foe he graced. The coat of arms by proud Mezentius worn, Now on a naked snag in triumph borne, Was hung on high, and glitter'd from afar, A trophy sacred to the god of war. Above his arms, fix'd on the leafless wood, Appear'd his plumy crest, besmear'd with blood. His brazen buckler on the left was seen, Truncheons of shiver'd lances hung between, And on the right was placed his corslet, bored, And to the neck was tied his unavailing sword. A crowd of chiefs enclos'd the godlike man, Who thus, conspicuous in the midst, began: "Our toils, my friends, are crown'd with sure success; The greater part perform'd, achieve the less. Now follow cheerful to the trembling town, Press but an entrance, and presume it won. Fear is no more, for fierce Mezentius lies, As the first fruits of war, a sacrifice. Turnus shall fall extended on the plain, And, in this omen, is already slain. Prepar'd in arms, pursue your happy chance, that none unwarned may plead his ignorance. And I at heaven's appointed hour may find your warlike ensigns waving in the wind. Meantime the rites and funeral pomps prepare, due to your dead companions of the war, the last respect the living can bestow, to shield their shadows from contempt below. That conquer'd earth be theirs for which they fought, and which for us with their own blood they bought. But first the corpse of our unhappy friend to the sad city of Evander send, who, not inglorious in his age's bloom, was hurried hence by too severe a doom. Thus, weeping while he spoke, he took his way, where, new in death, lamented Pallas lay. Acoetes watch'd the corpse, whose youth deserved the father's trust, and now the son he served with equal faith, but less auspicious care. The attendants of the slain his sorrow share. A troop of Trojans mix'd with these appear, and mourning matrons with dishevelled hair. Soon as the prince appears, they raise a cry, all beat their breasts, and echoes rend the sky. They rear his drooping forehead from the ground, but, when Aeneas view'd the grisly wound, which Pallas in his manly bosom bore, and the fair flesh distain'd with purple gore, first melting into tears, the pious man deplor'd so sad a sight, then thus began: "Unhappy youth, when fortune gave the rest of my full wishes, she refused the best. She came, but brought not thee along, to bless my longing eyes and share in my success. She grudged thy safe return, the triumphs due to prosperous valour in the public view. Not thus I promised when thy father lent thy needless succour with his sad consent, embraced me, parting for the Turian land, and sent me to possess a large command. He warned, and from his own experience told, our foes were warlike, disciplined, and bold. And now, perhaps, in hopes of thy return, rich odours on his loaded altars burn, while we, with vain officious pomp, prepare to send him back his portion of the war, a bloody, breathless body, which can owe no farther debt but to the powers below. The wretched father, ere his race is run, shall view the funeral honours of his son. These are my triumphs of the Latian war, fruits of my plighted faith and boasted care. And yet, unhappy sire, thou shalt not see a son whose death disgraced his ancestry. Thou shalt not blush, old man, however grieved. Thy Pallas no dishonest wound received. He died no death to make thee wish, too late, thou hadst not lived to see his shameful fate. But what a champion has the Ausonian coast, and what a friend hast thou, Ascanius, lost." Thus having mourned, he gave the word around, to raise the breathless body from the ground, and chose 1,000 horse, the flower of all his warlike troops, to wait the funeral, to bear him back and share Evander's grief, a well-becoming, but a weak relief. Of oaken twigs they twist an easy bier, then on their shoulders the sad burden rear. The body on this rural hearse is borne, strewed leaves and funeral greens the bier adorn. All pale he lies, and looks a lovely flower, new cropped by virgin hands, to dress the bower. Unfaded yet, but yet unfed below, no more to Mother Earth or the green stern shall owe. Then 2 fair vests, of wondrous work and cost, of purple woven, and with gold embossed, for ornament the Trojan hero brought, which with her hands Sidonian Dido wrought. 1 vest arrayed the corpse, and one they spread o'er his closed eyes, and wrapped around his head, that, when the yellow hair in flame should fall, the catching fire might burn the golden caul. Besides, the spoils of foes in battle slain, when he descended on the Latian plain. Arms, trappings, horses, by the hearse are led in long array, the achievements of the dead. Then, pinioned with their hands behind, appear th' unhappy captives marching in the rear, appointed off'rings in the victor's name, to sprinkle with their blood the fun'ral flame. Inferior trophies by the chiefs are borne, gauntlets and helms their loaded hands adorn, and fair inscriptions fix'd, and titles read, of Latian leaders conquer'd by the dead. Acoetes on his pupil's corpse attends, with feeble steps supported by his friends, pausing at every pace, in sorrow drown'd, betwixt their arms he sinks upon the ground, where, grovelling while he lies in deep despair, he beats his breast, and rends his hoary hair. The champion's chariot next is seen to roll, besmear'd with hostile blood, and honourably foul. To close the pomp, Aethon, the steed of state, is led the funerals of his lord to wait. Stripp'd of his trappings, with a sullen pace he walks, and the big tears run rolling down his face. The lance of Pallas, and the crimson crest, are borne behind, the victor seized the rest. The march begins, the trumpets hoarsely sound, the pikes and lances trail along the ground. Thus while the Trojan and Arcadian horse to Pallantean towers direct their course, in long procession rank'd, the pious chief stopp'd in the rear, and gave a vent to grief. The public care, he said, which war attends, diverts our present woes, at least suspends. Peace with the manes of great Pallas dwell, hail holy relics, and a last farewell. He said no more, but inly through he mourn'd, restrain'd his tears, and to the camp return'd. Now suppliants, from Laurentum sent, demand a truce, with olive branches in their hand. Obtest his clemency, and from the plain beg leave to draw the bodies of their slain. They plead that none those common rites deny to conquer'd foes that in fair battle die. All cause of hate was ended in their death, nor could he war with bodies void of breath. A king, they hoped, would hear a king's request, whose son he once was called, and once his guest. Their suit, which was too just to be denied, the hero grants, and farther thus replied: O Latian princes, how severe a fate in causeless quarrels has involved your state, and arm'd against an unoffending man, who sought your friendship ere the war began. You beg a truce, which I would gladly give, not only for the slain, but those who live. I came not hither but by heaven's command, and sent by fate to share the Latian land. Nor wage I wars unjust; your king denied my proffer'd friendship, and my promised bride. Left me for Turnus. Turnus then should try his cause in arms, to conquer or to die. My right and his are in dispute; the slain fell without fault, our quarrel to maintain. In equal arms let us alone contend, and let him vanquish, whom his fates befriend. This is the way, so tell him, to possess the royal virgin, and restore the peace. Bear this message back with ample leave, that your slain friends may funeral rites receive. Thus having said, th' ambassadors, amazed, stood mute a while, and on each other gazed. Drances, their chief, who harbour'd in his breast long hate to Turnus, as his foe profess'd, broke silence first, and to the godlike man, with graceful action bowing, thus began: Auspicious prince, in arms a mighty name, but yet whose actions far transcend your fame. Would I your justice or your force express, thought can be equal, and all words are less. Your answer we shall thankfully relate, and favours granted to the Latian state. If wish'd success our labour shall attend, think peace concluded, and the king your friend. Let Turnus leave the realm to your command, and seek alliance in some other land. Build you the city which your fates assign; we shall be proud in the great work to join. Thus Drances, and his words so well persuade the rest empower'd, that soon a truce is made. 12 days the term allow'd, and, during those, Latians and Trojans, now no longer foes, mix'd in the woods, for funeral piles prepare to fell the timber and forget the war. Loud axes through the groaning groves resound, oak, mountain ash, and poplar spread the ground. First fall from high, and some the trunks receive in loaded wains, with wedges some they cleave. And now the fatal news by fame is blown through the short circuit of th' Arcadian town, of Pallas slain by fame, which just before his triumphs on distended pinions bore. Rushing from out the gate the people stand, each with a funeral flambeau in his hand. Wildly they stare, distracted with amaze. The fields are lightened with a fiery blaze, that cast a sullen splendor on their friends, the marching troop which their dead prince attends. Both parties meet, they raise a doleful cry, the matrons from the walls with shrieks reply, and their mixed mourning rends the vaulted sky. The town is filled with tumult and with tears, till the loud clamors reach Evander's ears. Forgetful of his state, he runs along, with a disordered pace, and cleaves the throng, falls on the corpse, and groaning there he lies, with silent grief that speaks but at his eyes. Short sighs and sobs succeed, till sorrow breaks a passage, and at once he weeps and speaks. O Pallas, thou hast failed thy plighted word, to fight with caution, not to tempt the sword. I warned thee, but in vain, for well I knew what perils youthful ardor would pursue. That boiling blood would carry thee too far, young as thou wert in dangers, raw to war. O cursed essay of arms, disastrous doom, prelude of bloody fields, and fights to come! Hard elements of unauspicious war, vain vows to heaven, and unavailing care. Thrice happy thou, dear partner of my bed, whose holy soul the stroke of fortune fled. Precious of ills, and leaving me behind, to drink the dregs of life by fate assigned. Beyond the goal of nature I have gone, my Pallas late set out, but reach'd too soon. If for my league against the Ausonian state, amidst their weapons I had found my fate, deserved from them, then I had been return'd, a breathless victor, and my son had mourn'd. Yet will I not my Trojan friend upbraid, nor grudge the alliance I so gladly made. 'Twas not his fault my Pallas fell so young, but my own crime for having lived too long. Yet since the gods had destined him to die, at least he led the way to victory. First for his friends he won the fatal shore, and sent whole herds of slaughtered foes before. A death too great, too glorious to deplore. Nor will I add new honors to thy grave, content with those the Trojan hero gave. That funeral pomp thy Phrygian friends designed, in which the Tuscan chiefs and army joined. Great spoils and trophies, gained by thee, they bear. Then let thy own achievements be thy share. Even thou, O Turnus, hadst a trophy stood, whose mighty trunk had better graced the wood. If Pallas had arrived, with equal length of years, to match thy bulk with equal strength. But why, unhappy man, dost thou detain these troops to view the tears thou shedst in vain? Go, friends, this message to your lord relate. Tell him that, if I bear my bitter fate, and after Pallas' death live lingering on, 'tis to behold his vengeance for my son. I stay for Turnus, whose devoted head is owing to the living and the dead. My son and I expect it from his hand. 'Tis all that he can give, or we demand. Joy is no more, but I would gladly go to greet my Pallas with such news below. The morn had now dispelled the shades of night, restoring toils, when she restored the light. The Trojan king and Tuscan chief command to raise the piles along the winding strand. Their friends convey the dead funeral fires. Black smouldering smoke from the green wood expires. The light of heaven is choked, and the new day retires. Then thrice around the kindled piles they go, for ancient custom had ordained it so. Thrice horse and foot about the fires are led, and thrice with loud laments they hail the dead. Tears trickling down their breasts bedew the ground, and drums and trumpets mix their mournful sound. Amid the blaze their pious brethren throw the spoils in battle taken from the foe. Helms, bits embossed, and swords of shining steel, one casts a target, one a chariot wheel. Some to their fellows their own arms restore, the falchions which in luckless fight they bore. Their bucklers pierced, and their darts bestowed in vain, and shivered lances gather'd from the plain. Whole herds of offer'd bulls about the fire, and bristled boars and woolly sheep expire. Around the piles a careful troop attends, to watch the wasting flames, and weep their burning friends. Lingering along the shore, till dewy night new decks the face of heaven with starry light. The conquered Latians with like pious care, piles without number for their dead prepare. Part in the places where they fell are laid, and part are to the neighb'ring fields conveyed. The corps of kings and captains of renown, borne off in state, are buried in the town. The rest, unhonour'd and without a name, are cast a common heap to feed the flame. Trojans and Latians vie with like desires to make the field of battle shine with fires, and the promiscuous blaze to heaven aspires. Now had the morning thrice renew'd the light, and thrice dispelled the shadows of the night, when those who round the wasted fires remain, perform the last sad office to the slain. They rake the yet warm ashes from below, these and the bones unburn'd in earth bestow. These relics with their country rites they grace, and raise a mount of turf to mark the place. But in the palace of the king appears a scene more solemn, and a pomp of tears. Maids, matrons, widows mix their common moans, orphans their sires, and sires lament their sons. All in that universal sorrow share, and curse the cause of this unhappy war. A broken league, a bride unjustly sought, a crown usurped, which with their blood is bought. These are the crimes with which they load the name of Turnus, and on him alone exclaim. Let him who lords it o'er the Ausonian land engage the Trojan hero hand to hand. His is the gain, our lot is but to serve. 'Tis just, though sway he seeks, he should deserve. This Drances aggravates, and adds with spite, his foe expects and dares him to the fight. Nor Turnus wants a party to support his cause and credit in the Latian court. His former acts secure his present fame, and the queen shades him with her mighty name. While thus their factious minds with fury burn, the legates from the Aetolian prince return. Sad news they bring that, after all the cost and care employed, their embassy is lost; that Diomedes refused his aid in war, unmoved with presents, and as deaf to prayer. Some new alliance must elsewhere be sought, or peace with Troy on hard conditions bought. Latinus, sunk in sorrow, finds too late a foreign son is pointed out by fate, and till Aeneas shall Lavinia wed, the wrath of heaven is hovering o'er his head. The gods, he saw, espoused the juster side, when late their titles in the field were tried. Witness the fresh laments, and funeral tears undried. Thus, full of anxious thought, he summons all the Latian senate to the council hall. The princes come, commanded by their head, and crowd the paths that to the palace led. Supreme in power and reverenced for his years, he takes the throne and in the midst appears. Majestically sad, he sits in state, and bids his envoys their success relate. When Venulus began, the murmuring sound was hushed, and sacred silence reigned around. "We have," said he, "performed your high command, and passed with peril a long tract of land. We reached the place desired, with wonder filled, the Grecian tents and rising towers beheld. Great Diomede has compassed round with walls the city, which Argyripa he calls, from his own Argos nam'd. We touch'd, with joy, the royal hand that raised unhappy Troy. When introduced, our presents first we bring, then crave an instant audience from the king. His leave obtained, our native soil we name, and tell th' important cause for which we came. Attentively he heard us, while we spoke, then with soft accents and a pleasing look, made this return: "Ausonian race, of old renown'd for peace, and for an age of gold, what madness has your alter'd minds possess'd, to change for war hereditary rest? Solicit arms unknown, and tempt the sword, a needless ill your ancestors abhorr'd? We, for myself I speak, and all the name of Grecians, who to Troy's destruction came, omitting those who were in battle slain, or borne by rolling Simois to the main, not one but suffer'd, and too dearly bought the prize of honour, which in arms he sought. Some doom'd to death, and some in exile driven, outcasts abandoned by the care of heaven, so worn, so wretched, so despised a crew, as even old Priam might with pity view. Witness the vessels by Minerva toss'd in storms, the vengeful Capharean coast, th' Euboean rocks, the prince whose brother led our armies to revenge his injured bed in Egypt lost. Ulysses with his men have seen Charybdis and the Cyclops' den. Why should I name Idomeneus in vain restor'd to scepters and expell'd again? Or young Achilles by his rivals slain? Even he, the king of men, the foremost name of all the Greeks, and most renown'd by fame, the proud revenger of another's wife, yet by his own adulteress lost his life. Fell at his threshold, and the spoils of Troy the foul polluters of his bed enjoy. The gods have envied me the sweets of life, my much-loved country, and my more loved wife. Banish'd from both, I mourn, while in the sky, transform'd to birds, my lost companions fly. Hovering about the coasts, they make their moan, and cuff the cliffs with pinions not their own. What squalid spectres in the dead of night break my short sleep, and skim before my sight? I might have promised to myself those harms, mad as I was, when I, with mortal arms, presumed against immortal powers to move, and violate with wounds the Queen of Love. Such arms this hand shall never more employ. No hate remains with me to ruin'd Troy. I war not with its dust, nor am I glad to think of past events, or good or bad. Your presents I return. Whate'er you bring to buy my friendship, send the Trojan king. We met in fight, I know him to my cost. With what a whirling force his lance he toss'd! Heavens, what a spring was in his arm, to throw! How high he held his shield, and rose at every blow! Had Troy produced two more his match in might, they would have changed the fortune of the fight. The invasion of the Greeks had been returned, our empire wasted, and our cities burned. The long defense the Trojan people made, the war protracted, and the siege delayed, were due to Hector's and this hero's hand, both brave alike, and equal in command. Aeneas, not inferior in the field, in pious reverence to the gods excell'd. Make peace, ye Latians, and avoid with care th' impending dangers of a fatal war. He said no more, but, with this cold excuse, refused the alliance, and advised a truce. Thus Venulus concluded his report. A jarring murmur fill'd the factious court, as when a torrent rolls with rapid force, and dashes o'er the stones that stop the course. The flood, constrain'd within a scanty space, roars horrible along the uneasy race. White foam in gathering eddies floats around, the rocky shores rebellow to the sound. The murmur ceas'd, then from his lofty throne the king invoked the gods, and thus begun: I wish, ye Latians, what we now debate had been resolved before it was too late. Much better had it been for you and me, unforced by this our last necessity, to have been earlier wise than now to call a council when the foe surrounds the wall. O citizens, we wage unequal war, with men not only heaven's peculiar care, but heaven's own race, unconquered in the field, or conquered, yet unknowing how to yield. What hopes you had in Diomedes, lay down. Our hopes must centre on ourselves alone. Yet those how feeble, and indeed how vain, you see too well, nor need my words explain. Vanquish'd, without resource, laid flat by fate, factions within, a foe without the gate! Not but I grant that all perform'd their parts with manly force, and with undaunted hearts. With our united strength the war we waged, with equal numbers, equal arms, engaged. You see the event, now hear what I propose, to save our friends, and satisfy our foes. A tract of land the Latians have possess'd along the Tiber, stretching to the west, which now Rutulians and Auruncans till, and their mix'd cattle graze the fruitful hill. Those mountains fill'd with furs, that lower land, if you consent, the Trojan shall command. Call'd into part of what is ours, and there, on terms agreed, the common country share. There let 'em build and settle, if they please, unless they choose once more to cross the seas, in search of seats remote from Italy, and from unwelcome inmates set us free. Then twice 10 galleys let us build with speed, or twice as many more, if more they need. Materials are at hand, a well-grown wood runs equal with the margin of the flood. Let them the number and the form assign, the care and cost of all the stores be mine. To treat the peace, 100 senators shall be commissioned hence with ample powers. With olive the presents they shall bear, a purple robe, a royal ivory chair, and all the marks of sway that Latian monarchs wear, and sums of gold. Among yourselves debate this great affair, and save the sinking state. Then Drances took the word, who grudged, long since, the rising glories of the Daunian prince. Factious and rich, bold at the council board, but cautious in the field, he shunned the sword. A close caballer, and tongue-valiant lord. Noble his mother was, and near the throne, but, what his father's parentage, unknown. He rose, and took the advantage of the times, to load young Turnus with invidious crimes. Such truths, O king, said he, your words contain, as strike the sense, and all replies are vain. Nor are your loyal subjects now to seek what common needs require, but fear to speak. Let him give leave of speech, that haughty man, whose pride this unauspicious war began, for whose ambition, let me dare to say, fear set apart, though death is in my way. The plains of Latium run with blood around. So many valiant heroes bite the ground. Dejected grief in every face appears, a town in mourning, and a land in tears. While he, the undoubted author of our harms, the man who menaces the gods with arms, yet after all his boasts forsook the fight, and sought his safety in ignoble flight. Now, best of kings, since you propose to send such bounteous presents to your Trojan friend, add yet a greater at our joint request. one which he values more than all the rest. Give him the fair Lavinia for his bride, with that alliance let the league be tied, and for the bleeding land a lasting peace provide. Let insolence no longer awe the throne, but, with a father's right, bestow your own. For this maligner of the general good, if still we fear his force, he must be wooed. His haughty godhead we with prayers implore, your sceptre to release and our just rights restore. O cursed cause of all our ills, must we wage wars unjust, and fall in fight for thee? What right hast thou to rule the Latian state, and send us out to meet our certain fate? 'Tis a destructive war; from Turnus' hand our peace and public safety we demand. Let the fair bride to the brave chief remain; if not, the peace, without the pledge, is vain. Turnus, I know you think me not your friend, nor will I much with your belief contend. I beg your greatness not to give the law in others' realms, but, beaten, to withdraw. Pity your own, or pity our estate, nor twist our fortunes with your sinking fate. Your interest is, the war should never cease, but we have felt enough to wish the peace. A land exhausted to the last remains, depopulated towns, and driven plains. Yet if desire of fame, and thirst of power, a beauteous princess, with a crown endower. So fire your mind, in arms assert your right, and meet your foe, who dares you to the fight. Mankind, it seems, is made for you alone, we but the slaves who mount you to the throne. A base ignoble crowd, without a name, unwept, unworthy of the funeral flame. By duty bound to forfeit each his life, that Turnus may possess a royal wife. Permit not, mighty man, so mean a crew should share such triumphs, and detain from you the post of honor, your undoubted due. Rather alone your matchless force employ, to merit what alone you must enjoy. End of Book 11, Part 1. Recording by Lisa Cho.
Book 11. Debaters and a Warrior Girl, Part 2. These words, so full of malice mixed with art, inflamed with rage the youthful hero's heart. Then, groaning from the bottom of his breast, he heaved to wind, and thus his wrath express'd: "You, Drances, never want a stream of words, then, when the public need requires our swords; first in the council hall to steer the state, and ever foremost in a tongue debate; while our strong walls secure us from the foe, ere yet with blood our ditches overflow. But let the potent orator declaim, and with the brand of coward blot my name. Free leave is given him, when his fatal hand has covered with more corpse the Stendraan strand, and high as mine his towering trophies stand. If any doubt remains, who dares the most, let us decide it at the Trojans' cost, and issue both abreast, where honour calls. Foes are not far to seek without the walls, unless his noisy tongue can only fight, and feet were given him but to speed his flight. I beaten from the field? I forced away? Who, but so known a dastard, dares to say? Had he but e'en beheld the fight, his eyes had witness'd for me what his tongue denies. What heaps of Trojans by this hand were slain, and how the bloody Tiber swell'd the main. All saw but he, the Arcadian troops retire In scatter'd squadrons, and their prince expire. The giant brothers in their camp have found I was not forced with ease to quit my ground. Not such the Trojans tried me, when, inclos'd, I singly their united arms oppos'd; first forced an entrance through their thick array, then, glutted with their slaughter, freed my way. 'Tis a destructive war? So let it be, but to the Phrygian pirate and to thee. Meantime proceed to fill the people's ears With false reports, their minds with panic fears. Extol the strength of a twice conquer'd race, Our foes encourage, and our friends debase. Believe thy fables, and the Trojan town Triumphant stands; the Grecians are o'erthrown. Suppliant at Hector's feet Achilles lies, And Diomed from fierce Aeneas flies. Say rapid Aufidus with awful dread Runs backward from the sea, and hides his head, When the great Trojan on his bank appears; For that's as true as thy dissembled fears Of my revenge. Dismiss that vanity; Thou, Drances, art below a death from me. Let that vile soul in that vile body rest; The lodging is well worthy of the guest. Now, royal father, to the present state Of our affairs, and of this high debate. If in your arms thus early you divide, And think your fortune is already tried; If one defeat has brought us down so low As never more in fields to meet the foe, Then I conclude for peace, 'tis time to treat, And lie like vassals at the victor's feet. But oh! if any ancient blood remains, One drop of all our fathers in our veins, That man would I prefer before the rest, Who dared his death with an undaunted breast; Who comely fell, by no dishonest wound, To shun that sight, and, dying, gnawed the ground. But if we still have fresh recruits in store, If our confederates can afford us more, If the contended field we bravely fought, And not a bloodless victory was bought, Their losses equal'd ours, and for their slain With equal fires they fill'd the shining plain; Why thus, unforc'd, should we so tamely yield, And, ere the trumpet sounds, resign the field? Good unexpected, evils unforeseen, Appear by turns, as fortune shifts the scene. Some, rais'd aloft, come tumbling down amain, Then fall so hard, they bound and rise again. If Diomed refuse his aid to lend, The great Messapus yet remains our friend. Tolumnius, who foretells events, is ours. Th' Italian chiefs and princes join their pow'rs, Nor least in number, nor in name the last. Your own brave subjects have your cause embrac'd. Above the rest, the Volscian Amazon Contains an army in herself alone, And heads a squadron, terrible to sight, With glitt'ring shields, in brazen armour bright. Yet, if the foe a single fight demand, And I alone the public peace withstand, If you consent, he shall not be refus'd, Nor find the hand to victory unus'd. This new Achilles, let him take the field, With fated armour, and Vulcanian shield. For you, my royal father, and my fame, I, Turnus, not the least of all my name, Devote my soul. He calls me hand to hand, And I alone will answer his demand. Drances shall rest secure, and neither share The danger, nor divide the prize of war. While they debate, nor these nor those will yield. Aeneas draws his forces to the field, And moves his camp. The scouts, with flying speed, return, And thro' the frighted city spread th' unpleasing news: The Trojans are descried, In battle marching by the river side, And bending to the town. They take th' alarm; some tremble, some are bold, All in confusion arm. Th' impetuous youths press forward to the field; They clash the sword, and clatter on the shield. The fearful matrons raise a screaming cry; Old feeble men with fainter groans reply. A jarring sound results, and mingles in the sky, Like that of swans, remurm'ring to the floods, Or birds of diff'ring kinds in hollow woods. Turnus th' occasion takes, and cries aloud: "Talk on, ye quaint haranguers of the crowd! Declaim in praise of peace, when danger calls, And the fierce foes in arms approach the walls." He said, and turning short with speedy pace, Casts back a scornful glance, and quits the place. Thou, Volusus, the Volscian troops command To mount, and lead thyself our Ardean band. Messapus and Catillus post your force Along the fields, to charge the Trojan horse. Some guard the passes, others man the wall. Drawn up in arms, the rest attend my call. They swarm from ev'ry quarter of the town, And with disorder'd haste the rampires crown. Good old Latinus, when he saw too late the gathering storm just breaking on the state, dismissed the council till a fitter time, and owned his easy temper as his crime; who, forced against his reason, had complied to break the treaty for the promised bride. Some help to sink new trenches, others aid to ram the stones or raise the palisade. Hoarse trumpets sound th' alarm; around the walls runs a distracted crew, whom their last labour calls. A sad procession in the streets is seen, of matrons, that attend the mother queen. High in her chair she sits, and, at her side, with downcast eyes, appears the fatal bride. They mount the cliff, where Pallas' temple stands, pray'rs in their mouths, and presents in their hands. With censers first they fume the sacred shrine, then in this common supplication join: "O patroness of arms, unspotted maid! Propitious hear, and lend thy Latins aid. Break short the pirate's lance, pronounce his fate, And lay the Phrygian low before the gate." Now Turnus arms for fight. His back and breast well-temper'd steel and scaly brass invest. The cuishes which his brawny thighs infold Are mingled metal damask'd o'er with gold. His faithful fauchion sits upon his side; Nor casque nor crest his manly features hide. But, bare to view, amid surrounding friends, With godlike grace he from the tow'r descends. Exulting in his strength, he seems to dare His absent rival, and to promise war. Freed from his keepers, thus, with broken reins, The wanton courser prances o'er the plains; Or in the pride of youth o'erleaps the mounds, And snuffs the females in forbidden grounds; Or seeks his wat'ring in the well-known flood, To quench his thirst, and cool his fiery blood. He swims luxuriant in the liquid plain, And o'er his shoulder flows his waving mane. He neighs, he snorts, he bears his head on high; Before his ample chest the frothy waters fly. Soon as the prince appears without the gate, The Volscians, with their virgin leader, wait his last commands. Then, with a graceful mien, lights from her lofty steed the warrior queen. Her squadron imitates, and each descends, Whose common suit Camilla thus commands: "If sense of honour, if a soul secure Of inborn worth, that can all tests endure, Can promise aught, or on itself rely, Greatly to dare, to conquer, or to die, Then I alone, sustain'd by these, will meet The Tyrrhene troops, and promise their defeat. Ours be the danger, ours the sole renown; You, general, stay behind, and guard the town." Turnus a while stood mute with glad surprise, And on the fierce Virago fix'd his eyes; Then thus return'd: "O grace of Italy, With what becoming thanks can I reply? Not only words lie lab'ring in my breast, But thought itself is by thy praise oppress'd. Yet rob me not of all, but let me join My toils, my hazard, and my fame, with thine." The Trojan, not in stratagem unskill'd, Sends his light horse before to scour the field; Himself, thro' steep ascents and thorny brakes, A larger compass to the city takes. This news my scouts confirm, and I prepare To foil his cunning, and his force to dare; With chosen foot his passage to forelay, And place an ambush in the winding way. Thou, with thy Volscians, face the Tuscan horse; The brave Messapus shall thy troops enforce With those of Tibur, and the Latian band, Subjected all to thy supreme command." This said, he warns Messapus to the war, Then ev'ry chief exhorts with equal care. All thus encourag'd, his own troops he joins, And hastes to prosecute his deep designs. Inclos'd with hills, a winding valley lies, By nature form'd for fraud, and fitted for surprise. A narrow track, by human steps untrode, Leads, thro' perplexing thorns, to this obscure abode. High o'er the vale a steepy mountain stands, Whence the surveying sight the nether ground commands. The top is level, an offensive seat Of war, and from the war a safe retreat. For, on the right and left, is room to press The foes at hand, or from afar distress; To drive 'em headlong downward, and to pour On their descending backs a stony show'r. Thither young Turnus took the well-known way, Possess'd the pass, and in blind ambush lay. Meantime Latonian Phoebe, from the skies, Beheld th' approaching war with hateful eyes. and called the light-foot Opis to her aid, her most beloved and ever trusty maid. Then with a sigh began: "Camilla goes to meet her death amidst her fatal foes. The nymphs I loved of all my mortal train invested with Diana's arms in vain. Nor is my kindness for the virgin new; 'twas born with her, and with her years it grew. Her father Metabus, when forced away from old Privernum for tyrannic sway, snatch'd up, and saved from his prevailing foes, this tender babe, companion of his woes. Casmilla was her mother, but he drown'd one hissing letter in a softer sound, and call'd Camilla. Through the woods he flies, wrapp'd in his robe the royal infant lies. His foes in sight, he mends his weary pace, with shout and clamors they pursue the chase. The banks of Amasene at length he gains. The raging flood his farther flight restrains, raced o'er the borders with unusual rains. Prepar'd to plunge into the stream, he fears, not for himself, but for the charge he bears. Anxious, he stops awhile, and thinks in haste; then, desperate in distress, resolves at last. A knotty lance of well-boil'd oak he bore, the middle part with cork he cover'd o'er. He clos'd the child within the hollow space, with twigs of bending osier bound the case, then pois'd the spear, heavy with human weight, and thus invoked my favor for the freight. Accept, great goddess of the wood, and thus invoked my favor for the freight. Accept, great goddess of the woods, he said, send by her sire this dedicated maid. Through air she flies a suppliant to thy shrine, and the first weapons that she knows are thine. He said, and with full force the spear he threw. Above the sounding waves Camilla flew. Then, press'd by foes, he stemm'd the stormy tide, and gain'd, by stress of arms, the farther side. His fasten'd spear he pull'd from out the ground, and, victor of his vows, his infant nymph unbound. Nor, after that, in towns which walls enclose, would trust his hunted life amidst his foes, but rough, in open air he chose to lie. Earth was his couch, his covering was the sky. On hills unshorn, or in a desert den, he shunn'd the dire society of men. A shepherd's solitary life he led. His daughter with the milk of mares he fed. The dugs of bears, and every salvage beast, he drew, and through her lips the liquor press'd. The little Amazon could scarcely go, he loads her with a quiver and a bow. And, that she might her staggering steps command, he with a slender javelin fills her hand. Her flowing hair no golden fillet bound, nor swept her trailing robe the dusty ground. Instead of these, a tiger's hide o'erspread her back and shoulders, fasten'd to her head. The flying dart she first attempts to fling, and round her tender temples toss'd the sling. Then, as her strength with years increased, began to pierce aloft in air the soaring swan, and from the clouds to fetch the heron and the crane. The Tuscan matrons with each other vied, to bless their rival sons with such a bride. But she disdains their love, to share with me the sylvan shades and vow'd virginity. And oh, I wish, contented with my cares of salvage spoils, she had not sought the wars. Then had she been of my celestial train, and shunn'd the fate that dooms her to be slain. But since, opposing heav'n's decree, she goes To find her death among forbidden foes, haste with these arms, and take thy steepy flight, Where, with the gods averse, the Latins fight. This bow to thee, this quiver I bequeath, This chosen arrow to revenge her death. By whatever hand Camilla shall be slain, Or of the Trojan or Italian train, Let him not pass unpunish'd from the plain. Then, in a hollow cloud, myself will aid To bear the breathless body of my maid. Unspoil'd shall be her arms, and unprofan'd Her holy limbs with any human hand, And in a marble tomb laid in her native land. She said. The faithful nymph descends from high With rapid flight, and cuts the sounding sky. Black clouds and stormy winds around her body fly. By this, the Trojan and the Tuscan horse, Drawn up in squadrons, with united force, Approach the walls. The sprightly coursers bound, Press forward on their bits, and shift their ground. Shields, arms, and spears flash horribly from far, And the fields glitter with a waving war. Opposed to these, come on with furious force, Messapus, Chorus, and the Latian horse; these in the body placed, on either hand, Sustain'd and clos'd by fair Camilla's band. Advancing in a line, they couch their spears, and less the middle space appears. Thick smoke obscures the field, and scarce are seen the neighing coursers and the shouting men. In distance of their darts, they stop their course; then man to man they rush, and horse to horse. The face of heav'n their flying jav'lins hide, and deaths unseen are dealt on either side. Tyrrhenus and Aconteus, void of fear, by mettled coursers borne in full career, meet first opposed, and, with a mighty shock, their horses' heads against each other knock. Far from his steed is fierce Aconteus cast, as with an engine's force, or lightning's blast. He rolls along in blood, and breathes his last. The Latin squadrons take a sudden fright, and sling their shields behind, to save their backs in flight. Spurring at speed to their own walls they drew; close in the rear the Tuscan troops pursue, and urge their flight. Asylas leads the chase; till, seiz'd with shame, they wheel about, and receive their foes, and raise a threat'ning cry. The Tuscans take their turn to fear and fly. So swelling surges, with a thund'ring roar, Driv'n on each other's backs, insult the shore, Bound o'er the rocks, encroach upon the land, And far upon the beach eject the sand. Then backwards, with a swing, they take their way, Repuls'd from upper ground, and seek their mother sea; With equal hurry quit th' invaded shore, And swallow back the sand and stones they spew'd before. Twice were the Tuscans masters of the field; Twice by the Latins, in their turn repell'd. Asham'd at length, to the third charge they ran, Both hosts resolv'd, and mingled man to man. Now dying groans are heard; the fields are strow'd With falling bodies, and are drunk with blood. Arms, horses, men, on heaps together lie; Confus'd the fight, and more confus'd the cry. Orsilochus, who durst not press too near Strong Remulus, at distance drove his spear, And stuck the steel beneath his horse's ear. The fiery steed, impatient of the wound, Curvets, and springing upwards with a bound, His helpless lord cast backward on the ground. Catillus pierc'd Iolaus first, then drew His reeking lance, and at Herminius threw, The mighty champion of the Tuscan crew. His neck and throat unarm'd, his head was bare, But shaded with a length of yellow hair. Secure he fought, exposed on every part, A spacious mark for swords, and for the flying dart. Across the shoulders came the feather'd wound; Transfix'd he fell, and doubled to the ground. The sands with streaming blood are sanguine dyed, And death with honour sought on either side. Resistless thro' the war Camilla rode, In danger unappall'd, and pleas'd with blood. One side was bare for her exerted breast, One shoulder with her painted quiver press'd. Now from afar her fatal jav'lins play, Now with her ax's edge she hews her way. Diana's arms upon her shoulders sound, And when, too closely press'd, she quits the ground, From her bent bow she sends a backward wound. Her maids, in martial pomp on either side, Larina, Tulla, fierce Tarpeia, ride. Italians all; in peace their queen's delight, In war the bold companions of the fight. So march'd the Thracian Amazons of old, When Thermodon with bloody billows roll'd. Such troops as these in shining arms were seen, When Theseus met in fight their maiden queen. Such to the field Penthesilea led, From the fierce Virgin, when the Grecians fled. With such, return'd triumphant from the war, Her maids with cries attend the lofty car. They clash with manly force their moony shields; With female shouts resound the Phrygian fields. Who foremost, and who last, heroic maid, On the cold earth were by thy courage laid? Thy spear, of mountain ash, Eumenius first, With fury driv'n, from side to side transpierc'd. A purple stream came spouting from the wound; Bath'd in his blood he lies, and bites the ground. Liris and Pegasus at once she slew; The former, as the slacken'd reins he drew Of his faint steed; the latter, as he stretch'd His arm to prop his friend, the jav'lin reach'd. By the same weapon, sent from the same hand, Both fall together, and both spurn the sand. Amastrus next is added to the slain. the rest in rout she follows o'er the plain. Tereus, Harpalycus, Demophon, and Chromis at full speed her fury shun. Of all her deadly darts not one she lost; each was attended with a Trojan ghost. Young Ornithus bestrode a hunter's steed, swift for the chase, and of Apulian breed. Him from afar she spied, in arms unknown. O'er his broad back an ox's hide was thrown. His helm a wolf, whose gaping jaws were spread a covering for his cheeks, and grinned around his head. He clench'd within his hand an iron prong, and tower'd above the rest, conspicuous in the throng. Him soon she singled from the flying train, and slew with ease; then thus insults the slain: "Vain hunter! didst thou think, thro' woods to chase the savage herd, a vile and trembling race? Here cease thy vaunts, and own my victory: a woman warrior was too strong for thee. Yet, if the ghosts demand the conqu'ror's name, confessing great Camilla, save thy shame." Then Butes and Orsilochus she slew, the bulkiest bodies of the Trojan crew. But Butes breast to breast; the spear descends Above the gorget where his helmet ends, And o'er the shield which his left side defends. Orsilochus and she their coursers ply; He seems to follow, and she seems to fly. But in a narrow ring she makes the race, And then he flies, and she pursues the chase. Gath'ring at length on her deluded foe, She swings her axe, and rises to the blow, Full on the helm behind, with such a sway The weapon falls, the riven steel gives way. He groans, he roars, he sues in vain for grace; Brains, mingled with his blood, besmear his face. Astonish'd Aunus just arrives by chance To see his fall, nor farther dares advance, But, fixing on the horrid maid his eye, He stares, and shakes, and finds it vain to fly. Yet, like a true Ligurian, born to cheat (At least while fortune favour'd his deceit), Cries out aloud: "What courage have you shown, Who trust your courser's strength and not your own? Forego the vantage of your horse, alight, And then on equal terms begin the fight. It shall be seen, weak woman, what you can, When foot to foot you combat with a man." He said. She glows with anger and disdain, Dismounts with speed to dare him on the plain, And leaves her horse at large among her train. With her drawn sword defies him to the field, And, marching, lifts aloft her maiden shield. The youth, who thought his cunning did succeed, Reins round his horse, and urges all his speed, Adds the remembrance of the spur, and hides The goring rowels in his bleeding sides. "Vain fool and coward!" cries the lofty maid, "Caught in the train which thou thyself hast laid! On others practise thy Ligurian arts; Thin stratagems and tricks of little hearts Are lost on me; nor shalt thou safe retire, With vaunting lies, to thy fallacious sire." At this, so fast her flying feet she sped, That soon she strain'd beyond his horse's head; Then, turning short, at once she seiz'd the rein, And laid the boaster grov'ling on the plain. Not with more ease the falcon, from above, Trusses in middle air the trembling dove; Then plumes the prey, in her strong pounces bound; The feathers, foul with blood, come tumbling to the ground. Now mighty Jove, from his superior height, With his broad eye surveys th' unequal fight. He fires the breast of Tarchon with disdain, And sends him to redeem th' abandon'd plain. Betwixt the broken ranks the Tuscan rides, And these encourages, and those he chides; Recalls each leader, by his name, from flight; Renews their ardour, and restores the fight. What panic fear has seiz'd your souls? O shame! O brand perpetual of th' Etrurian name! Cowards incurable, a woman's hand Drives, breaks, and scatters your ignoble band. Now cast away the sword, and quit the shield. What use of weapons which you dare not wield? Not thus you fly your female foes by night, Nor shun the feast, when the full bowels invite; When to fat off'rings the glad augur calls, And the shrill hornpipe sounds to bacchanals. These are your studied cares, your lewd delight; Swift to debauch, but slow to manly fight." Thus having said, he spurs amid the foes, Not managing the life he meant to lose. The first he found, he seized with headlong haste In his strong gripe, and clasp'd around the waist. 'Twas Venulus, whom from his horse he tore, And laid athwart his own in triumph bore. Loud shouts ensue; the Latins turn their eyes, And view th' unusual sight with vast surprise. The fiery Tarchon, flying o'er the plains, Press'd in his arms, the pond'rous prey sustains. Then, with his shorten'd spear, explores around His jointed arms, to fix a deadly wound. Nor less the captive struggles for his life; He writhes his body to prolong the strife, And, fencing for his naked throat, exerts His utmost vigour, and the point averts. So stoops the yellow eagle from on high, And bears a speckled serpent through the sky. Fastening his crooked talons on the prey, The prisoner hisses through the liquid way, Resists the royal hawk, and, tho' oppress'd, She fights in volumes, and erects her crest. Turn'd to her foe, she stiffens every scale, And shoots her forky tongue, and whisks her threat'ning tail. Against the victor all defence is weak. Th' imperial bird still plies her with his beak. He tears her bowels, and her breast he gores, Then claps his pinions, and securely soars. Thus, thro' the midst of circling enemies, Strong Tarchon snatch'd and bore away his prize. The Tyrrhene troops, that shrunk before, now press The Latins, and presume the like success. Then Aruns, doom'd to death, his arms essay'd To murder unespied the Volscian maid. This way and that his winding course he bends, And, wheresoe'er she turns, her steps attends. When she retires victorious from the chase, He wheels about with care, and shifts his place. When, rushing on, she seeks her foe's flight, He keeps aloof, but keeps her still in sight. He threats, and trembles, trying every way, Unseen to kill, and safely to betray. Chloreus, the priest of Cybele, from far, Glitt'ring in Phrygian arms amidst the war, Was by the virgin view'd. The steed he press'd was proud with trappings, and his brawny chest With scales of gilded brass was cover'd o'er. A robe of Tyrian dye the rider wore. With deadly wounds he gall'd the distant foe. Gnossian his shafts, and Lycian was his bow. A golden helm his front and head surrounds, A gilded quiver from his shoulder sounds. Gold, weav'd with linen, on his thighs he wore, With flowers of needlework distinguish'd o'er. With golden buckles bound, and gather'd up before. Him the fierce maid beheld with ardent eyes, Fond and ambitious of so rich a prize, Or that the temple might his trophies hold, Or else to shine herself in Trojan gold. Blind in her haste, she chases him alone, And seeks his life, regardless of her own. This lucky moment the sly traitor chose; Then, starting from his ambush, up he rose, And threw, but first to heav'n address'd his vows. O patron of Socrates' high abodes! Phoebus, the ruling pow'r among the gods, Whom first we serve, whole woods of unctuous pine Are fell'd for thee, and to thy glory shine. By thee protected with our naked souls, Thro' flames unsing'd we march, and tread the kindled coals. Give me propitious pow'r, to wash away The stains of this dishonourable day. Nor spoils, nor triumph from the fact I claim, But with my future actions trust my fame. Let me, by stealth, this female plague o'ercome, And from the field return inglorious home. Apollo heard, and, granting half his pray'r, Shovell'd in winds the rest, and toss'd in empty air. He gives the death desir'd; his safe return By southern tempests to the seas is borne. Now when the jav'lin whizz'd along the skies, Both armies on Camilla turn'd their eyes, Directed by the sound. Of either host, th' unhappy virgin, though concern'd the most, Was only deaf; so greedy was she bent On golden spoils, and on her prey intent, Till in her pap the winged weapon stood, Infix'd, and deeply drunk the purple blood. Her sad attendants hasten'd to sustain Their dying lady, drooping on the plain. Far from their sight the trembling Aruns flies, With beating heart, and fear confus'd with joys. Nor dares he farther to pursue his blow, Or ev'n to bear the sight of his expiring foe. As, when the wolf has torn a bullock's hide At unawares, or ranch'd a shepherd's side, Conscious of his audacious deed, he flies, and claps his quivering tail between his thighs. So, speeding once, the wretch no more attends, but, spurring forward, herds among his friends. She wrench'd the jav'lin with her dying hands, but wedg'd within her breast the weapon stands. The wood she draws, the steely point remains. She staggers in her seat with agonizing pains. A gath'ring mist o'erclouds her cheerful eyes, and from her cheeks the rosy colour flies. Then turns to her, whom of her female train she trusted most, and thus she speaks with pain: "Acca! 'tis past; he swims before my sight, Inexorable death, and claims his right. Bear my last words to Turnus; fly with speed, And bid him timely to my charge succeed. Repel the Trojans, and the town relieve. Farewell, and in this kiss my parting breath receive." She said, and, sliding, sunk upon the plain. Dying, her open'd hand forsakes the rein, Short and more short she pants. By slow degrees, her mind the passage from her body frees. She drops her sword, she nods her plumy crest, Her drooping head declining on her breast. In the last sigh her struggling soul expires, And, murm'ring with disdain, to Stygian sounds retires. A shout, that struck the golden stars, ensued. Despair and rage the languish'd fight renew'd. The Trojan troops and Tuscans in a line Advance to charge, the mix'd Arcadians join. But Cynthia's maid, high seated, from afar Surveys the field, and fortune of the war, Unmov'd awhile, till prostrate on the plain, Welt'ring in blood, she sees Camillus slain, And, round her corpse, of friends and foes a fighting train. Then, from the bottom of her breast she drew A mournful sigh, and these sad words ensue: "Too dear a fine, ah! much lamented maid, For warring with the Trojans thou hast paid. Nor aught avail'd, in this unhappy strife, Diana's sacred arms, to save thy life. Yet, unreveng'd, thy goddess will not leave Her vot'ry's death, nor, with vain sorrow grieve. Branded the wretch, and be his name abhorr'd, But after ages shall thy praise record. Th' inglorious coward soon shall press the plain. Thus vows thy queen, and thus the fates ordain." High o'er the field there stood a hilly mound, Sacred the place, and spread with oaks around, Where, in a marble tomb, Dercennus lay, A king that once in Latium bore the sway. The beauteous Opis thither bent her flight, To mark the traitor errants from the height. Him in refulgent arms she soon espied, Swoln with success, and loudly thus she cried: "Thy backward steps, vain boaster, are too late. Turn like a man, at length, and meet thy fate. Charg'd with my message to Camilla go, And say I sent thee to the shades below, An honour undeserv'd from Cynthia's bow." She said, and from her quiver chose with speed The winged shaft, predestin'd for the deed. Then to the stubborn yew her strength applied, Till the far distant horns approach'd on either side. The bowstring touch'd her breast, so strong she drew; Whizzing in air the fatal arrow flew. At once the twanging bow and sounding dart The traitor heard, and felt the point within his heart. Him, beating with his heels in pangs of death, His flying friends to foreign fields bequeath. The conqu'ring damsel, with expanded wings, The welcome message to her mistress brings. Their leader lost, the Volscians quit the field, And, unsustain'd, the chiefs of Turnus yield. The frighted soldiers, when their captains fly, More on their speed than on their strength rely. Confus'd in flight, they bear each other down, And spur their horses headlong to the town. Driv'n by their foes, and to their fears resign'd, Not once they turn, but take their wounds behind. These drop the shield, and those the lance forego, Or on their shoulders bear the slacken'd bow. The hoofs of horses, with a rattling sound, Beat short and thick, and shake the rotten ground. Black clouds of dust come rolling in the sky, And o'er the darken'd walls and rampires fly. The trembling matrons, from their lofty stands, rend heav'n with female shrieks, and wring their hands. All pressing on, pursuers and pursued, are crush'd in crowds, a mingled multitude. Some happy few escape; the throng too late Rush on for entrance, till they choke the gate. Ev'n in sight of home the wretched sire Looks on, and sees his helpless son expire. Then, in affright, the folding gates they close, But leave their friends excluded with their foes. The vanquish'd cry, the victors loudly shout, "'Tis terror all within, and slaughter all without." Blind in their fear, they bounce against the wall, Or, to the moats pursued, precipitate their fall. The Latian virgins, valiant with despair, Arm'd on the tow'rs, the common danger share. So much of zeal their country's cause inspir'd, So much Camilla's great example fir'd. Poles, sharpen'd in the flames, from high they throw, With imitated darts, to gall the foe. Their lives for godlike freedom they bequeath, And crowd each other to be first in death. Meantime to Turnus, ambush'd in the shade, With heavy tidings came th' unhappy maid. The Volscians overthrown, Camilla kill'd, the foes, entirely masters of the field, Like a resistless flood, come rolling on. The cry goes off the plain, and thickens to the town. Inflam'd with rage (for so the Furies fire The Daunian's breast, and so the fates require), he leaves the hilly pass, the woods in vain possess'd, And downward issues on the plain. Scarce was he gone, when to the straits, now freed From secret foes, the Trojan troops succeed. Thro' the black forest and the ferny brake, Unknowingly secure, their way they take. From the rough mountains to the plain descend, And there, in order drawn, their line extend. Both armies now in open fields are seen, Nor far the distance of the space between. Both to the city bend. Aeneas sees, thro' smoking fields, his hast'ning enemies, And Turnus views the Trojans in array, And hears th' approaching horses proudly neigh. Soon had their hosts in bloody battle join'd, But westward, to the sea, the sun declin'd. Intrench'd before the town both armies lie, While night, with sable wings, involves the sky. End of Book 11.
Translated by John Dryden. Book 12. The Fortunes of War. Part 1. When Turnus saw the Latins leave the field, their armies broken and their courage quelled, himself become a mark of public spite, his honour questioned for the promised fight, the more he was with vulgar hate oppressed, the more his fury boiled within his breast. He roused his vigour for the last debate, and raised his haughty soul to meet his fate. As when the swains the Libyan lion chase, he makes a sour retreat, nor mends his pace. But if the pointed javelin pierce his side, the lordly beast returns with double pride. He wrenches out the steel, he roars for pain, his sides he lashes, and erects his mane. So Turnus fares. His eyeballs flash with fire, thro' his wide nostrils clouds of smoke expire. Trembling with rage, around the court he ran, at length approach'd the king, and thus began: "No more excuses or delays, I stand in arms prepared to combat hand to hand This base deserter of his native land. The Trojan by his word is bound to take The same conditions which himself did make. Renew the truce, the solemn rites prepare, And to my single virtue trust the war. The Latians unconcern'd shall see the fight, This arm unaided shall assert your right. Then, if my prostrate body press the plain, To him the crown and beauteous bride remain." To whom the king sedately thus replied: "Brave youth, the more your valour has been tried, The more becomes it us, with due respect, To weigh the chance of war, which you neglect. You want not wealth, or a successive throne, Or cities which your arms have made your own. My towns and treasures are at your command, And stored with blooming beauties is my land. Laurentum more than one Lavinia sees, Unmarried, fair, of noble families. Now let me speak. and you with patience hear things which perhaps make great a lover's ear, but sound advice, proceeding from a heart sincerely yours, and free from fraudful art. The gods by signs have manifestly shown no prince Italian born should heir my throne. Oft have our augurs in prediction skilled, and oft our priests foreign son revealed. Yet, won by worth that cannot be withstood, bribed by my kindness to my kindred blood, urged by my wife who would not be denied, I promised my Lavinia for your bride. Her from her plighted lord by force I took, all ties of treaties and of honour broke. On your account I waged an impious war, with what success 'tis needless to declare. I and my subjects feel, and you have had your share. Twice vanquished, while in bloody fields we strive, scarce in our walls we keep our hopes alive. The rolling flood runs warm with human gore. The bones of Latians blanch the neighbouring shore. Why put I not an end to this debate, still unresolved and still a slave to fate? If Turnus' death a lasting peace can give, why should I not procure it whilst you live? Should I to doubtful arms your youth betray? What would my kinsmen, the Rutulians, say? And should you fall in flight, which heaven defend, how curse the cause which hastened to his end, the daughter's lover and the father's friend? Weigh in your mind the various chance of war, pity your parent's age, and ease his care. Such balmy words he pour'd, but all in vain. The proffered medicine but provoked the pain. The wrathful youth, disdaining the relief, with intermitting sobs thus vents his grief. The care, O best of fathers, which you take For my concerns, at my desire forsake. Permit me not to languish out my days, But make the best exchange of life for praise. This arm, this lance, can well dispute the prize, And the blood follows where the weapon flies. His goddess mother is not near to shroud The flying coward with an empty cloud. But now the queen, who fear'd for Turnus' life, And loath'd the hard conditions of the strife, Held him by force, and, dying in his death, In these sad accents gave her sorrow breath. O Turnus, I adjure thee by these tears, And whatever price Amata's honour bears, Within thy breast, since thou art all my hope, My sickly mind's repose, my sinking age's prop, Since on the safety of thy life alone Depends Latinus and the Latian throne, refuse me not this one, this only prayer, To waive the combat and pursue the war. Whatever chance attends this fatal strife, think it includes in thine Amata's life. I cannot live a slave, or see my throne Usurped by strangers or a Trojan son. At this a flood of tears Lavinia shed, A crimson blush her beauteous face o'erspread, Varying her cheeks by turns with white and red. The driving colours, never at a stay, Run here and there, and flush and fade away. Delightful change! Thus Indian ivory shows, Which the bordering paint of purple glows, Or lilies damask'd by the neighbouring rose. The lover gazed, and burning with desire, The more he looked, the more he fed the fire. Revenge, and jealous rage, and secret spite Roll'd in his breast, and rous'd him to the fight. Then fixing on the queen his ardent eyes, Firm to his first intent, he thus replies: "O mother, do not by your tears prepare Such boding omens, and prejudge the war. Resolv'd on fight, I am no longer free To shun my death, if Heav'n my death decree." Then turning to the herald, thus pursues: "Go greet the Trojan with ungrateful news. Denounce from me, that when tomorrow's light Shall gild the heavens, he need not urge the fight. The Trojan and Rutulian troops no more Shall dye with mutual blood the Latian shore. Our single swords the quarrel shall decide, And to the victor be the beauteous bride." He said, and striding on with speedy pace, He sought his coursers of the Thracian race. At his approach they toss'd their heads on high, And proudly neighing promised victory. The sires of these Orythia sent from far, To grace Pilumnus when he went to war. The drifts of Thracian snows were scarce so white, Nor northern winds in fleetness match'd their flight. Officious grooms stand ready by his side, And some with combs their flowing manes divide, And others stroke their chests, and gently soothe their pride. He sheath'd his limbs in arms, a temper'd mass of golden metal those, and mountain brass. Then to his head his glitt'ring helm he tied, and girt his faithful falchion to his side. In his Aetnaean forge the god of fire that falchion labour'd to the hero's sire. Immortal keenness on the blade bestow'd, and plunged it hissing in the Stygian flood. Propp'd on a pillar, which the ceiling bore, was placed the lance Auruncan actor wore, which with such force he brandish'd in his hand, the tough ash trembled like an osier wand. Then cried, "O pond'rous spoil of actors slain, and never yet by Turnus toss'd in vain! Fail not this day thy wonted force, but go, sent by this hand to pierce the Trojan foe. Give me to tear his corslet from his breast, and from that eunuch head to rend the crest, dragg'd in the dust, his frizzled hair to soil, hot from the vexing iron, and smear'd with fragrant oil." Thus while he raves, from his wide nostrils flies a fiery steam, and sparkles from his eyes. So fares the bull his lov'd female's sight. Proudly he bellows, and preludes the fight. He tries his goring horns against a tree, and meditates his absent enemy. He pushes at the winds, he digs the strand with his black hoofs, and spurns the yellow sand. Nor less the Trojan in his Lemnian arms to future fight his manly courage warms. He whets his fury, and with joy prepares to terminate at once the lingering war. To cheer his chiefs and tender son relates what heav'n had promised, and expounds the fates. Then to the Latian king he sends, to cease the rage of arms and ratify the peace. The morn ensuing, from the mountain's height, had scarcely spread the skies with rosy light. Th' ethereal coursers, bounding from the sea, from out their flaming nostrils breathed the day. When now the Trojan and Rutulian guard in friendly labour join'd, the list prepar'd. Beneath the walls they measure out the space, then sacred altars rear on sods of grass, where with religious their common gods they place. In purest white the priests their heads attire, and living waters bear, and holy fire. And o'er their linen hoods and shaded hair long twisted wreaths of sacred Varian wear. In order issuing from the town appears the Latin legion, arm'd with pointed spears, and from the fields, advancing on a line, the Trojan and the Tuscan forces join. Their various arms afford a pleasing sight. A peaceful train they seem, in peace prepar'd for fight. Betwixt the ranks the proud commanders ride, glitt'ring with gold, and vests in purple dyed. Here Mnestheus, author of the Memmian line, and there Messapus, born of seed divine. The sign is given, and round the listed space each man in order fills his proper place. Reclining on their ample shields they stand, and fix their pointed lances in the sand. Now studious of the sight, a numerous throng of either sex promiscuous, old and young, swarm the town. By those who rest behind, the gates and walls and houses topp'd are lined. Meantime the Queen of Heav'n beheld the sight, with eyes unpleased from Mount Albano's height, since called Albano by succeeding fame, but then an empty hill without a name. She thence survey'd the field, the Trojan powers, the Latian squadrons, and Laurentine towers. Then thus the goddess of the skies bespoke, with sighs and tears, the goddess of the lake, King Turnus' sister, once a lovely maid, ere to the lust of lawless Jove betray'd. Compress'd by force, but by the grateful god, now made the Naias of the neighb'ring flood. "O nymph, the pride of living lakes," said she, "O most renown'd and most belov'd by me, long hast thou known, nor need I to record the wanton sallies of my wandering lord, of every Latian fair whom Jove misled to mount by stealth my violated bed. To thee alone I grudged not his embrace, but gave a part of heav'n and an unenvied place. Now learn from me thy near approaching grief, nor think my wishes want to thy relief. While fortune favour'd, nor heav'n's king denied to lend my succour to the Latian side, I saved thy brother, and the sinking state, but now he struggles with unequal fate. and goes, with gods of verse o'ermatch'd in might, to meet inevitable death in fight. Nor must I break the truce, nor can sustain the sight. Thou, if thou dar'st thy present aid supply, it well becomes a sister's care to try." At this the lovely nymph, with grief oppress'd, thrice tore her hair and beat her comely breast. To whom Saturnia thus: "Thy tears are late; Haste, snatch him, if he can be snatch'd from fate. New tumults kindle, violate the truce. Who knows what changeful fortune may produce? 'Tis not a crime t' attempt what I decree; Or if it were, discharge the crime on me," she said, and sailing on the winged wind, left the sad nymph suspended in her mind. And now pomp the peaceful kings appear. 4 steeds the chariot of the Latinus bears. 12 golden beams around his temple play, To mark his lineage from the god of day. 2 snowy coursers Turnus' chariot yoke, And in his hand 2 massy spears he shook. Then issued from the camp, in arms divine, Aeneas, author of the Roman line, And by his side Ascanius took his place, The second hope of Rome's immortal race. Adorn'd in white, a reverend priest appears, And offerings to the flaming altars bears, A porket, and a lamb that never suffer'd shears. Then to the rising sun he turns his eyes, And strews the beasts, design'd for sacrifice, With salt and meal; with like officious care He marks their foreheads, and he clips their hair. Betwixt their horns the purple wine he sheds, With the same gen'rous juice the flame he feeds. Aeneas then unsheath'd his shining sword, And thus with pious prayers the gods ador'd: "All-seeing sun, and thou, Ausonian soil, For which I have sustain'd so long a toil, Thou, king of heav'n, and thou, the queen of air, Propitious now, and reconcil'd by prayer; Thou, god of war, whose unresisted sway The labours and events of arms obey; Ye living fountains, and ye running floods, All powers of ocean, all ethereal gods, Hear, and bear record: if I fall in field, Or, recreant in the fight, to Turnus yield, My Trojans shall increase Evander's town, Ascanius shall renounce th' Estonian crown. All claims, all questions of debate shall cease, Nor he, nor they with force infringe the peace. But if my juster arms prevail in fight, As sure they shall, for if I divine aright, My Trojans shall not o'er th' Italians reign; Both equal, both unconquer'd shall remain, Join'd in their laws, their lands, and their abodes. I ask but altars for my weary gods. The care of those religious rites be mine; The crown to King Latinus I resign; His be the sov'reign sway; nor will I share His pow'r in peace, or his command in war. For me, my friends, another town shall frame, And bless the rising tow'rs with fair Lavinia's name." Thus he. Then, with erected eyes and hands, The Latian king before his altar stands. "By the same heav'n," said he, "and earth, and main, And all the pow'rs that all 3 contain; By hell below, and by that upper god, Whose thunder signs the peace, who seals it with his nod; So let Latona's double offspring hear, And double-fronted Janus, what I swear. I touch the sacred altars, touch the flames, And all those pow'rs attest, and all their names. Whatever chance befall on either side, No term of time this union shall divide; No force, no fortune shall my vows unbind, Or shake the steadfast tenor of my mind. Not tho' the circling seas should break their bound, O'erflow the shores, or sap the solid ground; Not tho' the lamps of heav'n their spheres forsake, Hurl'd down and hissing in the nether lake; Even as this royal scepter (for he bore A scepter of his hand) shall never more Shoot out in branches, or renew the birth, An orphan now, cut from the mother earth By the keen axe, dishonour'd of its hair, And cased in brass, for Latian kings to bear." When thus in public view the peace was tied, With solemn vows, and sworn on either side, All dues perform'd which holy rites require, The victim beasts are slain before the fire, the trembling entrails from their bodies torn, and to the fattened flames in chargers borne. Already the Rutulians deem their man o'ermatch'd in arms, before the fight began. First rising fears are whisper'd thro' the crowd, then gath'ring sound they murmur more aloud. Now side to side they measure with their eyes the champions' bulk, their sinews, and their size. The nearer they approach, the more is known th' apparent disadvantage of their own. Turnus himself appears in public sight, conscious of his fate, desponding of the fight. Slowly he moves, and at his altar stands, with eyes dejected and with trembling hands. And while he mutters undistinguish'd prayers, a livid deadness in his cheeks appears. With anxious pleasure, when Juturna view'd the increasing fright of the mad multitude, when their short sighs and thickening sobs she heard, and found their ready minds for change prepar'd, dissembling her immortal form, she took Camertus' mien, his habit, and his look. A chief of ancient blood, in arms well known, was his great sire, and he his greater son. His shape assum'd, amid the ranks she ran, and humouring their first motions, thus began: "For shame, Rutulians! Can you bear the sight of one exposed for all, in single fight? Can we, before the face of heav'n, confess our courage colder, our numbers less? View all the Trojan host, the Arcadian band, and Tuscan army; count them as they stand. Undaunted to the battle if we go, scarce every second man will share a foe. Turnus, 'tis true, in this unequal strife, shall lose with honour his devoted life, or change it rather for immortal fame, succeeding to the gods from whence he came. But you, a servile and inglorious band, for foreign lords shall sow your native land, those fruitful fields your fighting fathers gain'd, which have so long their lazy sons sustained." With words like these she carried her design. A rising murmur runs across the line. Then ev'n the city troops and Latians, tir'd with tedious war, seem with new souls inspir'd. Their champion's fate with pity they lament, and of the league so lately sworn repent. Nor fails the goddess to foment the rage with lying wonders and a false presage, but adds a sign, which present to their eyes inspires new courage and a glad surprise. For sudden, in the fiery tracts above, appears in pomp the imperial bird of Jove. A plump of fowl he spies that swims the lakes, and o'er their head his sounding pinions shakes. Then stooping on the fairest of the train, in his strong talons trusts a silver swan. The Italians wonder at the unusual sight, but while he lags and labours in his flight, behold the dastard fowl return anew, and with united force the foe pursue. Clamorous around the royal hawk they fly, and thickening in a cloud o'ershade the sky. They cuff, they scratch, they cross his airy course, nor can the encumbered bird sustain their force, but vex'd, not vanquish'd, drops the pond'rous prey, and lighten'd of his burthen wings his way. The Ausonian bands with shouts salute the sight, eager of action, and demand the fight. Then King Tolumnius, vers'd in augurs' arts, cries out, and thus his boasted skill imparts: "At length 'tis granted, what I long desir'd. This is what my frequent vows requir'd. Ye gods, I take your omen, and obey. Advance, my friends, and charge! I lead the way. These are the foreign foes, whose impious band, like that rapacious bird, infests our land. But soon, like him, they shall be forced to the sea, by strength united, and forego the prey. Your timely succour to your country bring, haste to the rescue, and redeem your king." He said, and, pressing onward through the crew, pois'd his lifted arm, and his lance he threw. The winged weapon, whistling in the wind, came driving on, nor miss'd the mark design'd. At once the cornel rattled in the skies, at once tumultuous shouts and clamours rise. 9 brothers in a goodly band there stood, born of Arcadian mix'd with Tuscan blood. Gylippus' sons the fatal jav'lin threw, aim'd at the midmost of the friendly crew, A passage thro' the jointed arms it found, just where the belt was to the body bound, and struck the gentle youth extended on the ground. Then, fir'd with pious rage, the gen'rous train Run madly forward to revenge the slain; And some, with eager haste, their jav'lins throw, And some, with sword in hand, assault the foe. The wish'd insult the Latin troops embrace, And meet their ardor in the middle space. The Trojans, Tuscans, and Arcadian line, With equal courage obviate their design. Peace leaves the violated fields, and hate Both armies urges to their mutual fate. With impious haste their altars are o'erturn'd, The sacrifice half broil'd and half unburn'd. Thick storms of steel from either army fly, And clouds of clashing darts obscure the sky. Brands from the fire are missive weapons made, With chargers, bowls, and all the priestly trade. Latinus, frightened, hastens from the fray, And bears his unregarded gods away. These on horses vault, those yoke the car; The rest, with swords on high, run headlong to the war. Messapus, eager to confound the peace, Spurr'd his hot courser thro' the fighting priests. At King Aulestes by his purple known, At Tuscan prince, and by his regal crown; And, with a shock encountering, bore him down. Backwards he fell, and, as his fate design'd, The ruins of an altar were behind. There, pitching on his shoulders and his head, Amid the scatt'ring fires he lay supinely spread. The beamy spear, descending from above, His cuirass pierc'd, and thro' his body drove. Then, with a scornful smile, the victor cries, "The gods have found a fitter sacrifice." Greedy of the spoils, the Italians strip the dead Of his rich armor, and uncrown his head. Priest Corianus arm'd his better hand From his own altar with a blazing brand, And, as Abusus with a thund'ring pace Advanc'd to battle, dash'd it on his face. His bristly beard shines out with sudden fires, The crackling crop a noisome scent expires. Following the blow, he seiz'd his curling crown With his left hand, his other cast him down. The prostrate body with his knees he press'd, And plung'd his holy poniard in his breast. While Podalirius with his sword pursued The shepherd Alsus thro' the flying crowd. Swiftly he turns, and aims a deadly blow Full on the front of his unwary foe. The broad axe enters with a crashing sound, And cleaves the chin with one continued wound. Warm blood and mingled brains besmear his arms around. An iron sleep his stupid eyes oppress'd, And seal'd their heavy lids in endless rest. But good Aeneas rush'd amidst the bands; Bare was his head, and naked were his hands, In sign of truce. Then thus he cried aloud: "What sudden rage, what new desire of blood, Inflames your alter'd minds? O Trojans, cease From impious arms, nor violate the peace. By human sanctions, and by laws divine, The terms are all agreed, the war is mine. Dismiss your fears, and let the fight ensue. This hand alone shall right the gods and you. Our injur'd altars and their broken vow To this avenging sword the faithless Turnus owe." Thus while he spoke, unmindful of defence, A winged arrow struck the pious prince. But whether from some human hand it came, Or hostile god, is left unknown by fame. No human hand or hostile god was found, To boast the triumph of so base a wound. When Turnus saw the Trojan quit the plain, His chiefs dismay'd, his troops a fainting train, The unhop'd event his heighten'd soul inspires. At once his arms and coursers he requires. Then, with a leap his lofty chariot gains, And with a ready hand assumes the reins. He drives impetuous, and where'er he goes, He leaves behind a lane of slaughter'd foes. These his lance reaches; over those he rolls His rapid car, and crushes out their souls. In vain the vanquish'd fly; the victor sends The dead men's weapons at their living friends. Thus on the banks of Hebrus' freezing flood, The god of battles, in his angry mood, Clashing his sword against his brazen shield, Let loose the reins, and scours along the field. Before the wind his fiery coursers fly; Groans the sad earth, resounds the rattling sky. Wrath, Terror, treason, tumult, and despair, dire faces and deform'd, surround the car. Friends of the god and followers of the war, with fury not unlike, nor less disdain, exulting Turnus flies along the plain. His smoking horses at their utmost speed he lashes on, and urges o'er the dead. Their fetlocks run with blood, and when they bound, the gore and gathering dust are dash'd around. Thamyris and Pholus, masters of the war, he kill'd at hand, but Sthenelus afar. From far the sons of Imbracus he slew, Glaucus and ladies of the Lycian crew, both taught to fight on foot, in battle join'd, or mount the courser that outstrips the wind. Meantime Eumedes, vaunting in the field, new fir'd the Trojans, and their foes repell'd. The son of Dolon bore his grandsire's name, but emulated more his father's name. His guileful father sent a nightly spy the Grecian camp, in order to descry hard enterprise, and well he might require Achilles' car and horses for his hire. But met upon the scout, th' Aetolian prince in death bestow'd a juster recompense. Fierce Turnus view'd the Trojan from afar, and launch'd his javelin from his lofty car. Then, lightly leaping down, pursued the blow, and pressing with his foot his prostrate foe, wrench'd from his feeble hold the shining sword, and plung'd it in the bosom of its lord. "Possess," said he, "the fruit of all thy pains, and measure at thy length our Latian plains. Thus are my foes rewarded by my hand; thus may they build their town, and thus enjoy the land." Then Dares, Butes, Sybaris he slew, whom o'er his neck his flound'ring courser threw. As when loud Boreas with his blust'ring train stoops from above, incumbent on the main. Where'er he flies, he drives the wrack before, and rolls the billows on th' Aegean shore. So, where resistless Turnus takes his course, the scatter'd squadrons bend before his force. His crest of horse's hair is blown behind by adverse air, and rustles in the wind. This haughty Phegeus saw with high disdain, and as the chariot roll'd along the plain, light from the ground he leapt, and seiz'd the rein. Thus hung in air, he still retain'd his hold, the coursers frighted, and their course controll'd. The lance of Turnus reach'd him as he hung, and pierc'd his plated arms, but pass'd along, and only razed the skin. He turn'd, and held against his threat'ning foe his ample shield, then call'd for aid. But while he cried in vain, the chariot bore him backward on the plain. He lies revers'd, the victor king descends, and strikes so justly where his helmet ends, he lops his head. The Latian fields are drunk with streams that issue from the bleeding trunk. While he triumphs, and while the Trojans yield, the wounded prince is forced to leave the field. Strong Mnestheus and Achates often tried, and young Ascanius weeping by his side, conduct him to his tent. Scarce can he rear his limbs from the earth, supported on his spear. Resolv'd in mind, regardless of the smart, he tugs with both his hands, and breaks the dart. The steel remains. No readier way he found to draw the weapon, than to enlarge the wound. Eager of fight, impatient of delay, he begs, and his unwilling friends obey. Iapis was at hand to prove his art, whose blooming youth so fir'd Apollo's heart, that for his love he proffer'd to bestow his tuneful harp and his unerring bow. The pious youth, more studious how to save his aged sire, now sinking to the grave, preferr'd the pow'rs of plants, and silent praise of healing art, before Phoebean bays. Propp'd on his lance, the pensive hero stood, and heard and saw, unmov'd, the mourning crowd. The fam'd physician tuck'd his robes around with ready hands, and hastens to the wound. With gentle touches he performs his part, this way and that, soliciting the dart, and exercises all his heav'nly art. All soft'ning simples, known of sov'reign use, he presses out, and pours their noble juice. There first infus'd, to lenify the pain, he tugs with pincers, but he tugs in vain. Then to the patron of his art he pray'd, the patron of his art refus'd his aid. Meantime the war approaches to the tents. The alarm grows hotter, and the noise augments. The driving dust proclaims the danger near, and first their friends, and then their foes appear. Their friends retreat, their foes pursue the rear. The camp is fill'd with terror and affright. The hissing shafts within the trench alight. An undistinguish'd noise ascends the sky, the shouts those who kill, and the groans of those who die. But now the goddess mother, mov'd with grief, and pierc'd with pity, hastens her relief. A branch of healing dittany she brought, which in the Cretan fields with care she sought. Rough is the stern which woolly leaves surround, the leaves with flowers, the flowers with purple crown'd. Well known to wounded goats, a sure relief, to draw the pointed steel and ease the grief. This Venus brings, in clouds involv'd, and brews th' extracted liquor with ambrosian dews, and odorous panacee. Unseen she stands, temp'ring the mixture with her heav'nly hands, and pours it in a bowl, already crown'd with juice of medicinal herbs prepar'd to bathe the wound. The leech, unknowing of superior art, which aids the cure, with this foments the part, and in a moment ceas'd the raging smart. Stanch'd is the blood, and in the bottom stands the steel, but scarcely touch'd with tender hands, moves up, and follows of its own accord, and health and vigor are at once restor'd. Iapis first perceiv'd the closing wound, and first the footsteps of a god he found. "Arms! arms!" he cries, "the sword and shield prepare, and send the willing chief renew'd to war. This is no mortal work, no cure of mine, nor art's effect, but done by hands divine. Some god our gen'ral to the battle sends, some god preserv'd his life for greater ends." The hero arms in haste, his hands infold his thighs with cuishes of refulgent gold. Inflam'd to the fight, and rushing to the field, that hand sustaining the celestial shield, this grips the lance, and with such vigor shakes, that to the rest the beamy weapon quakes. Then with a close embrace he strain'd his son, and kissing thro' his helmet thus began: "My son, from my example learn the war, in camps to suffer, and in fields to dare. But happier chance than mine attends thy care. This day my hand thy tender age shall shield, and crowns with honour of the conquer'd field. Thou, when thy riper years send thee forth to toils of war, be mindful of my worth. Assert thy birthright, and in arms be known for Hector's nephew and Aeneas' son," he said, and striding issued on the plain. Antaeus and Mnestheus and a num'rous train attend his steps; the rest their weapons take, and crowding to the field, their camps forsake. A cloud of blinding dust is raised around, labours beneath their feet the trembling ground. Now Turnus, posted on a hill, from far beheld the progress of the moving war. With him the Latins view'd the cover'd plains, and the chill blood ran backwards in their veins. Juturna saw the advancing troops appear, and heard the hostile sound, and fled for fear. Aeneas leads, and draws a sweeping train, clos'd in their ranks, and pouring on the plain, as when a whirlwind, rushing to the shore from the mid-ocean, drives the waves before. The painful hind with heavy heart foresees the flatted fields and slaughter of the trees. With like impetuous rage the prince appears before his doubled front, nor less destruction bears. And now both armies shock in open field. Osiris is by strong Thymbraeus kill'd. Archytas, Ufens, Epulon are slain, all fam'd in arms, and of the Latian train, by Gyas, Mnestheus, and Achates' hand. The fatal augur falls, by whose command the truce was broken, and whose lance embrued with Trojan blood the unhappy fight renew'd. Loud shouts and clamours rend the liquid sky, and o'er the field frighted Latins fly. The prince disdains the dastards to pursue, nor moves to meet in arms the fighting few. Turnus alone, amid the dusky plain, he seeks, and to the combat calls in vain. Juturna heard, and seiz'd with mortal fear, forc'd from the beam her brother's charioteer. assumes his shape, his armor, and his mien, and like Metiscus in his seat is seen. End of Book 12, Part 1. Recording by David Lipa, San Francisco, California. Dryden, Book 12, The Fortunes of War, Part 2. As the black swallows near the palace plies, o'er empty courts and under arches flies, now hawks aloft, now skims along the flood, to furnish her loquacious nest with food, so drives the rapid goddess over the plains. The smoking horses run with loosen'd reins, she steers a various course among the foes, now here, now there, her conqu'ring brother shows, now with a straight, now with a wheeling flight, she turns and bends, but shuns the single fight. Aeneas, fir'd with fury, breaks the crowd, and seeks his foe, and calls by name aloud. He runs within a narrower ring, and tries to stop the chariot, but the chariot flies. If he but gain a glimpse, Juturna fears, and far away the Daunian hero bears. What should he do? Nor arts nor arms avail, and various cares in vain his mind assail. The great Messapus, thund'ring through the field, in his left hand 2 pointed jav'lins held. Encount'ring on the prince, one dart he drew, and with unerring aim and utmost vigour threw. Aeneas saw it come, and stooping low, beneath his buckler shunn'd the threat'ning blow. The weapon hiss'd above his head, and tore the waving plume which on his helm he wore. Forced by this hostile act, and fir'd with spite, that flying Turnus still declined the fight. The prince, whose piety had long repell'd, his inborn ardour now invades the field, invokes the powers of violated peace, their rites and injur'd altars to redress, then to his rage abandoning the rein, with blood and slaughter'd bodies fills the plain. What god can tell, what numbers can display the various labours of that fatal day? What chiefs and champions fell on either side, in combat slain, or by what deaths they died, whom Turnus, whom the Trojan hero kill'd, who shar'd the fame and fortune of the field? Jove, couldst thou view, and not avert thy sight, 2 jarring nations join'd in cruel fight, whom leagues of lasting love so shortly shall unite? Aeneas first Rutulian Sucro found, whose valour made the Trojans quit the ground. Betwixt his ribs the jav'lin drove, so just, it reach'd his heart, nor needs a second thrust. Now Turnus at 2 blows 2 brethren slew. First from his horse fierce Amycus he threw, then leaping on the ground, on foot assail'd Diores, and in equal fight prevail'd. Their lifeless trunks he leaves upon the place, their heads distilling gore his chariot grace. 3 cold on earth the Trojan hero threw, whom without respite at one charge he threw. Cethegus, Tanius, Tagus fell oppress'd, and sad Onythes added to the rest of Theban blood, whom Peridia bore. Turnus 2 brothers from the Lycian shore, and from Apollo's fane to battle sent, overthrew, nor Phoebus could their fate prevent. Peaceful Menothes after these he kill'd, who long had shunn'd the dangers of the field. On Lerna's lake a silent life he led, and with his nets and angle earned his bread. Nor pompous cares nor palaces he knew, but wisely from th' infectious world withdrew. Poor was his house, his father's painful hand discharg'd his rent, and plow'd another's land. As flames along the lofty woods are thrown, on different sides, and both by winds are blown, the laurels crackle in the sputtering fire, the frightened sylvans from their shades retire. Or as 2 neighbouring torrents fall from the sky, rapid they run, the foamy waters fry. They roll'd to the sea with unresisted force, and down the rocks precipitate their course. Not with less rage the rival heroes take their different ways, nor less destruction make. With spears afar, with swords at hand they strike, and zeal of slaughter fires their souls alike. Like them, their dauntless men maintain the field, and hearts are pierc'd, unknowing how to yield. They blow for blow return, and wound for wound, and heaps of bodies raise the level ground. Murranus, boasting of his blood that springs from a long royal race of Latian kings, is by the Trojan from his chariot thrown, crush'd with the weight of an unwieldy stone. Betwixt the wheels he fell; the wheels that bore his living load his dying body tore. His starting steeds, to shun the glitt'ring sword, paw'd down his trampled limbs, forgetful of their lord. Fierce Hyllus threaten'd high, and face to face affronted Turnus in the middle space. The prince encounter'd him in full career, and at his temples aim'd the deadly spear. So fatally the flying weapon sped, that thro' his helmet pierc'd his head. Nor Cisseus could escape from Turnus' hand, in vain the strongest of the Arcadian band. Nor to Capentus could his gods afford, availing against th' Aenean sword, which to his naked heart pursued the course; nor could his plated shield sustain the force. Iolaus fell, whom not the Grecian pow'rs, nor great subverter of the Trojan tow'rs, were doom'd to kill, while heav'n prolong'd his date. But who can pass the bounds prefix'd by fate? In high Lyrnessus and in Troy he held 2 palaces, and was from each expell'd. Of all the mighty man, the last remains a little spot of foreign earth contains. And now both hosts their broken troops unite in equal ranks, and mix in mortal fight. Seresthus and undaunted Mnestheus join the Trojan, Tuscan, and Arcadian line. Sea-born Messapus with Aeneas heads the Latin squadrons, and to battle leads. They strike, they push, they throng the scanty space, resolv'd on death, impatient of disgrace; and where one falls, another fills his place. The Cyprian goddess now inspires her son to leave th' unfinish'd fight, and storm the town. For while he rolls his eyes around the plain in quest of Turnus, whom he seeks in vain, he views th' unguarded city from afar, in careless quiet, and secure of war. Occasion offers, and excites his mind to dare beyond the task he first design'd. Resolv'd, he calls his chiefs; they leave the fight. Attended thus, he takes a neighb'ring height. The crowding troops about their general stand, all under arms, and wait his high command. Then thus the lofty prince: "Hear and obey, ye Trojan bands, without the least delay. Jove is with us, and what I have decreed requires our utmost vigor and our speed. Your instant arms against the town prepare, the source of mischief and the seat of war. This day the Latian tow'rs that mate the sky shall level with the plain in ashes lie. The people shall be slaves, unless in their time they kneel for pardon and repent their crime. Twice have our foes been vanquish'd on the plain. Then shall I wait till Turnus will be slain? Your force against the perjur'd city bend; there it began, and there the war shall end. The peace profaned our rightful arms requires; cleanse the polluted place with purging fires." He finish'd, and one soul inspiring all, form'd in a wedge, the foot approach'd the wall. Without the town, an unprovided train of gaping, gazing citizens are slain. Some firebrands, others scaling ladders bear, and those they toss aloft, and these they rear. The flames now launch'd, the feather'd arrows fly, and clouds of missive arms obscure the sky. Advancing to the front, the hero stands, and stretching out to heav'n his pious hands, attests the gods, asserts his innocence, upbraids with breach of faith th' Ausonian prince, declares the royal honor doubly stain'd, and twice the rites of holy peace profaned. Dissenting clamors in the town arise; each will be heard, and all at once advise. One part for peace, one for war contends. Some would exclude their foes, and some admit their friends. The helpless king is hurried in the throng, and, whatever the tide prevails, is borne along. Thus when the swain within a hollow rock invades the bees with suffocating smoke, they run around, or labour on their wings, disus'd to flight, and shoot their sleepy stings. To shun the bitter fumes in vain they try; black vapours issuing from the vent involve the sky. But fate and envious fortune now prepare To plunge the Latins in the last despair. The queen, who saw the foes invade the town, And brands on top of burning houses thrown, Cast round her eyes, distracted with her fear. No troops of Turnus in the field appear. Once more she stares abroad, but still in vain, And then concludes the royal youth is slain. Mad with her anguish, impotent to bear The mighty grief, she loathes the vital air. She calls herself the cause of all this ill, And owns the dire effects of her ungovern'd will. She raves against the gods, she beats her breast, She tears with both her hands her purple vest. Then round a beam a running noose she tied, And fasten'd by the neck, obscenely died. Soon as the fatal news by fame was blown, And to her dames and to her daughter known, The sad Lavinia rends her yellow hair And rosy cheeks; the rest her sorrows share. With shrieks the palace rings, and madness of despair. The spreading rumour fills the public place. Confusion, fear, distraction, and disgrace, And silent shame, are seen in every face. Latinus tears his garments as he goes, Both for his public and his private woes. With filth his venerable beard besmears, And sordid dust deforms his silver hairs. And much he blames the softness of his mind, Obnoxious to the charms of womankind, And soon seduced to change what he so well design'd, To break the solemn league so long desir'd, Nor finish what his fates and those of Troy requir'd. Now Turnus rolls aloof o'er empty plains, And here and there some struggling foes he gleans. His flying coursers please him less and less, Asham'd of easy fight and cheap success. Thus half contented, anxious in his mind, The distant cries come driving in the wind. Shouts from the walls, but shouts and murmurs drown'd, A jarring mixture and a boding sound. Alas, said he, what mean these dismal cries? What doleful clamours from the town arise? Confused he stops, and backward pulls the reins. She who the driver's office now sustains, Replies: "Neglect, my lord, these new alarms. Here fight, and urge the fortune of your arms. There want not others to defend the wall. If, by your rival's hand, the Italians fall, So shall your fatal sword his friends oppress, And honour equal in success." To this the prince: "O sister, for I knew the peace infring'd proceeded first from you. I knew you when you mingled first in fight, And now in vain you would deceive my sight. Why, goddess, this unprofitable care? Who sent you down from heav'n, involv'd in air, Your share of mortal sorrows to sustain, And see your brother bleeding on the plain? For to what pow'r can Turnus have recourse, Or how resist his fate's prevailing force? These eyes beheld Murranus bite the ground. Mighty the man, and mighty was the wound. I heard my dearest friend with dying breath My name invoking to revenge his death. Brave Ufens fell, with honour on the place, To shun the shameful sight of my disgrace. On earth supine, a manly corpse, he lies; His vest and armour are the victor's prize. Then shall I see Laurentum in a flame, Which only wanted to complete my shame. How will the Latins hoot their champion's flight! How Drances will insult, and point them to the sight! Is death so hard to bear, ye gods below? Since those above so small compassion show, Receive a soul unsullied yet with shame, Which not belies my great forefather's name." He said; and while he spoke, with flying speed Came sages urging on his foamy steed. Fix'd on his wounded face a shaft he bore, And seeking Turnus sent his voice before: "Turnus, on you alone depends our last relief. Compassionate your friends. Like lightning fierce Aeneas, rolling on, With arms invests, with flames invades the town. The brands are toss'd on high, the winds conspire To drive along the deluge of the fire. All eyes are fix'd on you; your foes rejoice; Ev'n the king staggers, and suspends his choice, Doubts to deliver or defend the town, Whom to reject, or whom to call his son. The queen, on whom your utmost hopes were placed, herself suborning death, has breathed her last. 'Tis true, Messapus, fearless of his fate, with fierce Atinas' aid defends the gate. On ev'ry side surrounded by the foe, the more they kill, the greater numbers grow. An iron harvest mounts, and still remains to mow. You, far aloof from your forsaken bands, your rolling chariot drive over empty. Stupid he sate, his eyes on death declin'd, and various cares revolving in his mind, rage boiling from the bottom of his heart, and sorrow mix'd with shame his soul oppress'd, and conscious worth lay labouring in his thought, and love by jealousy to madness wrought. By slow degrees his reason drove away the mists of passion, and resumed her sway. Then rising on his car, he turn'd his look, and saw the town involved in fire and smoke. A wooden tower, with flames already blazed, which his own hands on beams and rafters raised, and bridges laid above to join the space, and wheels below to roll from place to place. Sister, the fates have vanquish'd, let us go the way which heav'n and my hard fortune show. The fight is fix'd, nor shall the branded name of a base coward blot your brother's fame. Death is my choice, but suffer me to try my force, and vent my rage before I die," he said, and, leaping down without delay, through crowds of scatter'd foes he freed his way. Striding he pass'd, impetuous as the wind, and left the grieving goddess far behind. As when a fragment from a mountain torn by raging tempests, or by torrents borne, or sapp'd by time, or loos'd from the roots, prone through the void the rocky ruin shoots, rolling from crag to crag, from steep to steep, down sink at once the shepherds and their sheep. Involv'd alike they rush to nether ground, stunn'd with the shock they fall, and stunn'd from earth rebound. So Turnus, hasting headlong into town, should'ring and shoving, bore the squadrons down. Still pressing onwards, to the wall he drew, where shafts and spears and darts promiscuous flew, and sanguine streams the slippery ground embrue. First stretching out his arm in sign of peace, he cries aloud to make the combat cease. "Rutulians, hold, and Latin troops retire! The fight is mine, and me the gods require. 'Tis just that I should vindicate alone the broken truce, or for the breach atone. This day shall free from wars the Ausonian state, or finish my misfortunes in my fate." Both armies from their bloody work desist, and bearing backwards form a spacious list. The Trojan hero, who receiv'd from fame the welcome sound, and heard the champion's name, soon leaves the taken works and mounted walls. Greedy of war, where the greater glory calls, he springs to fight, exulting in his force. His jointed armour rattles in the course. Like Eryx, or like Athos, great he shows, or Father Apennine, when, white with snows, his head divine obscure in clouds he hides, and shakes the sounding forest on his sides. The nations, overawed, surcease the fight; immovable their bodies, fix'd their sight. Even death stands still, nor from above they throw their darts, nor drive their batt'ring rams below. In silent order either army stands, and drop their swords unknowing from their hands. The Ausonian king beholds, with wond'ring sight, two mighty champions match'd in single fight, born under climes remote, and brought by fate with swords to try their titles to the state. Now, in closed field, each other from afar they view, and rushing on, begin the war. They launch their spears, then hand to hand they meet. The trembling soil resounds beneath their feet. Their bucklers clash, their blows descend from high, and flakes of fire from their hard helmets fly. Courage conspires with chance, and both engage With equal fortunes yet, and mutual rage. As when two bulls for their fair female fight, In Scylla's shades, or on Tiburnus' height. With horns adverse they meet, the keeper flies, Mute stands the herd, their heifers roll their eyes, and wait th' event which victor they shall bear, and who shall be the lord to rule the lusty year. With rage of love the jealous rivals burn, and push for push, and wound for wound return. Their dewlaps gor'd, their sides are lav'd in blood. Loud cries and roaring sounds rebellow thro' the wood. Such was the combat in the listed ground, so clash'd their swords, and so their shields resound. Jove sets the beam; in either scale he lays the champions' fate, and each exactly weighs. On this side life and lucky chance ascends, loaded with death that other scale descends. Rais'd on the stretch, young Turnus aims a blow, full on the helm of his unguarded foe. Shrill shouts and clamors ring on either side, as hopes and fears their panting hearts divide. But all in pieces flies the traitor's sword, and in the middle stroke deserts his lord. Now is but death or flight disarm'd he flies, when in his hand an unknown hilt he spies. Fame says that Turnus, when his steeds he join'd hurrying to war, disorder'd in his mind, snatch'd the first weapon which his haste could find. 'Twas not the fated sword his father bore, but that his charioteer Metiscus wore. This, while the Trojans fled, the toughness held, but vain against the great Vulcanian shield. The mortal temper'd steel deceiv'd his hand, the shiver'd fragments shone amid the sand. Surpris'd with fear, he fled along the field, and now forthright, and now in orbits wheel'd. For here the Trojan troops the lists surround, and there the pass is closed with pools and marshy ground. Aeneas hastens, though with heavier pace; his wound, so newly knit, retards the chase, and oft his trembling knees their aid refuse. Yet pressing foot by foot, his foe pursues. Thus, when a fearful stag is clos'd around with crimson toils, or in a river found, high on the bank the deep-mouth'd hound appears, still opening, following still, wherever he steers. The persecuted creature to and fro turns here and there to 'scape his Umbrian foe. Steep is the ascent, and if he gains the land, the purple death is pitch'd along the strand. His eager foe, determined to the chase, stretch'd at his length, gains ground at every pace. Now to his balmy head he makes his way, and now he holds, or thinks he holds, his prey. Just at the pitch the stag springs out with fear; he bites the wind, and fills his sounding jaws with air. The rocks, the lakes, the meadows ring with cries; the mortal tumult mounts, and thunders in the skies. Thus flies the Daunian prince, and flying blames his tardy troops, calling by their names, demands his trusty sword. The Trojan threats the realm with ruin, and their ancient seats to lay in ashes, if they dare supply with arms or aid his vanquish'd enemy. Thus menacing, he still pursues the course with vigor, though diminish'd of his force. 10 times already the listed place one chief had fled, and the other given chase. No trivial prize is play'd, for on the life or death of Turnus now depends the strife. Within the space an olive tree had stood, a sacred shade, a venerable wood, for vows to Faunus paid, the Latins' guardian god. Here hung the vests, and tablets were engrav'd of sinking mariners from shipwreck saved. With heedless hands the Trojans fell'd the tree, to make the ground enclosed for combat free. Deep in the root, whether by fate or chance, or erring haste, the Trojan drove his lance; then stoop'd and tugg'd with force immense to free the encumber'd spear from the tenacious tree. That whom his fainting limbs pursued in vain, his flying weapon might from far attain. Confus'd with fear, bereft of human aid, then Turnus to the gods, and first to Faunus pray'd. "O Faunus, pity! And thou, Mother Earth, where I, thy foster son, receiv'd my birth, hold fast the steel, if my religious hand your plant has honour'd, which your foes profan'd. Propitious hear my pray'rs," he said, nor with successless vows invoked their aid. The incumbent hero wrench'd, and pull'd, and strain'd, but still the stubborn earth the steel detain'd. Juturna took her time, and while in vain he strove, assum'd Meticus' form again, and in that imitated shape restor'd the despairing prince his Daunian sword. The queen of love, who with disdain and grief saw the bold nymph afford this prompt relief, to assert her offspring with a greater deed, from the tough root of the ling'ring weapon freed. Once more erect, the rival chiefs advance; one trusts the sword, the other the pointed lance, and both resolv'd alike to try their fatal chance. Meantime imperial Jove to Juno speak, who from a shining cloud beheld the shock: "What new arrest, O Queen of Heav'n, is sent to stop the Fates now lab'ring in th' event? What farther hopes are left thee to pursue? Divine Aeneas (and thou knows it too) Foredoom'd to these celestial seats are due. What more attempts for Turnus can be made, That thus thou linger'st in this lonely shade? Is it becoming of the due respect And awful honour of a god elect, A wound unworthy of our state to feel, Patient of human hands and earthly steel? Or seems it just, the sister should restore A second sword, when one was lost before, And arm a conquer'd wretch against his conqueror? For what, without thy knowledge and avow, Nay more, thy dictate, durst Juturna do? At last, in deference to my love, forbear To lodge within thy soul this anxious care; Reclin'd upon my breast, thy grief unload. Who should relieve the goddess, but the god? Now all things to their utmost issue tend, Push'd by the Fates to their appointed, while leave was giv'n thee, and a lawful hour For vengeance, wrath, and unresisted pow'r. Toss'd on the seas, thou couldst thy foes distress, And driv'n ashore, with hostile arms oppress, Deform the royal house, and from the side Of the just bridegroom tear the plighted bride. Now cease, at my command," the Thund'rer said, And with dejected eyes this answer Juno made: "Because your dread decree too well I knew, From Turnus and from earth unwilling I withdrew. Else should you not behold me here alone, Involv'd in empty clouds, my friends bemoan, But girt with vengeful flames, in open sight Engag'd against my foes in mortal fight. 'Tis true, Juturna mingled in the strife, By my command, to save her brother's life, At least to try; but, by the Stygian lake (The most religious oath the gods can take), With this restriction, not to bend the bow, Or toss the spear, or trembling dart to throw. And now, resign'd to your superior might, And tir'd with fruitless toils, I loathe the fight. This let me beg, and this no fates withstand, Both for myself and for your father's land: That when the nuptial bed shall bind the peace, Which I, since you ordain, consent to bless, The laws of either nation be the same, But let the Latins still retain their name, Speak the same language which they spoke before, Wear the same habits which their grandsires wore. Call them not Trojans; perish the renown And name of Troy, with that detested town. Latium be Latium still; let Alba reign, And Rome's immortal majesty remain." Then thus the founder of mankind replies: Unruffled was his front, serene his eyes: "Can Saturn's issue, and heav'n's other heir, Such endless anger in her bosom bear? Be mistress, and your full desires obtain; But quench the choler you foment in vain. From ancient blood th' Ausonian people sprung, Shall keep their name, their habit, and their tongue. The Trojans to their customs shall be tied; I will myself their common rites provide. The natives shall command, the foreigners subside. All shall be Latium, Troy without a name, And her lost sons forget from whence they came. From blood so mix'd a pious race shall flow, Equal to gods, excelling all below. No nation more respect to you shall pay, Or greater off'rings on your altars lay." Juno consents, well pleas'd that her desires Had found success, and from the cloud retires. The peace thus made, the Thund'rer next prepares To force the watery goddess from the wars. Deep in the dismal regions void of light, 3 daughters at a birth were born to night. These their brown mother, brooding on her care, endued with windy wings to flit in air, with serpents girt alike, and crown'd with hissing hair. In heav'n the Dirae call'd, and still at hand, before the throne of angry Jove they stand, his ministers of wrath, and ready still the minds of mortal men with fears to fill. Whenever the moody sire, to wreak his hate on realms or towns deserving of their fate, hurls down diseases, death, and deadly care, and terrifies the guilty world with war. One sister plague, if these from heav'n he sent, to fright Juturna with a dire portent, the pest comes whirling down. By far more slow springs the swift arrow from the Parthian bow, or Sidon yew, when traversing the skies, and drench'd in poisonous juice, the sure destruction flies. With such a sudden and unseen a flight, shot thro' the clouds the daughter of the night. Soon as the field inclos'd she had in view, and from afar her destin'd quarry knew, contracted, to the boding bird she turns, which haunts the ruin'd piles and hallow'd urns, and beats about the tombs with nightly wings, where songs obscene on sepulchres she sings. Thus lessen'd in her form, with frightful cries, the Fury round unhappy Turnus flies, flaps on his shield, and flutters o'er his eyes. A lazy chillness crept along his blood, chok'd was his voice, his hair with horror stood. Juturna from afar beheld her fly, and knew the ill omen by her screaming cry, and stridor of her wings. Amaz'd with fear, her beauteous breast she beat, and rent her flowing hair. "Ah me!" she cries, "in this unequal strife, what can thy sister more to save thy life? Weak as I am, can I, alas, contend in arms with that inexorable fiend? Now I quit the field. Forbear to fright my tender soul, ye baleful birds of night. The lashing of your wings I know too well, the sounding flight, and funeral screams of hell. These are the gifts you bring from haughty Jove, the worthy recompense of my ravish'd love. Did he for this exempt my life from fate? O hard conditions of immortal state! Though born to death, not privileg'd to die, but forc'd to bear impos'd eternity. Take back your envious bribes, and let me go, companion to my brother's ghost below. The joys are vanish'd, nothing now remains Of life immortal, but immortal pains. What earth will open her devouring womb, to rest a weary goddess in the tomb?" She drew a length of sighs, nor more she said, but in her azure mantle wrapp'd her head, then plunged into her stream with a deep despair, and her last sobs came bubbling up in air. Now stern Aeneas his weighty spear against his foe, and thus upbraids his fear: "What farther subterfuge can Turnus find? What empty hopes are harbor'd in his mind? 'Tis not thy swiftness can secure thy flight, Nor with their feet, but hands, the valiant fight. Vary thy shape in thousand forms, and dare What skill and courage can attempt in war. Wish for the wings of winds to mount the sky, Or hid within the hollow earth to lie." The champion shook his head, and made this short reply: "No threats of thine my manly mind can move; 'Tis hostile heav'n I dread, and partial Jove." He said no more, but with a sigh repress'd the mighty sorrow in his swelling breast. Then, as he roll'd his troubled eyes around, An antique stone he saw, the common bound Of neighb'ring fields, and barrier of the ground, So vast, that 12 strong men of modern days Th' enormous weight from earth could hardly raise. He heav'd it at a lift, and, pois'd on high, Ran stagg'ring on his enemy, but so disorder'd that he scarcely knew His way, or what unwieldy weight he threw. His knocking knees are bent beneath the load, And shiv'ring cold congeals his vital blood. The stone drops from his arms, and falling short For want of vigour mocks his vain effort. And as when a heavy sleep has clos'd the sight, The sickly fancy labours in the night, We seem to run, and, destitute of force, our sinking limbs forsake us in the course. In vain we heave for breath, in vain we cry, the nerves unbraced their usual strength deny, and on the tongue the faltering accents die. So Turnus fared. Whatever means he tried, all force of arms and points of art employ'd, the Fury flew athwart, and made th' endeavour void. 1,000 various thoughts his soul confound; he started about, nor aid nor issue found. His own men stop the pass, and his own walls surround. Once more he pauses, and looks out again, and seeks the goddess charioteer in vain. Trembling he views the thund'ring chief advance, and brandishing aloft the deadly lance. Amaz'd he cowers beneath the conqu'ring foe, forgets to ward, and waits the coming blow. Astonish'd while he stands, and fix'd with fear, aim'd at his shield, he sees th' impending spear. The hero measur'd first, with narrow view, the destined mark, and rising as he threw, with its full swing the fatal weapon flew. Not with less rage the rattling thunder falls, or stones from batt'ring engines break the walls. Swift as a whirlwind, from an arm so strong the lance drove on, and bore the death along. Naught could his sevenfold shield the prince avail, nor aught beneath his arms the coat of mail. It pierc'd thro' all, and with a grisly wound transfix'd his thigh, and doubled him to ground. With groans the Latins rend the vaulted sky; woods, hills, and valleys to the voice reply. Now low on earth the lofty chief is laid, and with eyes cast upward, and with arms display'd, and recreant, thus to the proud victor pray'd: "I know my death deserv'd, nor hope to live. Use what the gods and thy good fortune give. Yet think, O think, if mercy may be shown. Thou hadst a father once, and hast a son. Pity my sire, now sinking to the grave, And for Anchises' sake old Daunus save. Or if thy vow'd revenge pursue my death, Give to my friends my body void of breath. The Latian chiefs have seen me beg my life; Thine is the conquest, thine the royal wife. Against a yielded man 'tis mean ignoble strife." In deep suspense the Trojan seem'd to stand, And, just prepar'd to strike, repress'd his hand. He roll'd his eyes, and every moment felt His manly soul with more compassion melt, When casting down a casual glance he spied The golden belt that glitter'd on his side, The fatal spoils which haughty Turnus tore From dying Pallas, and in triumph wore. Then, rous'd anew to wrath, he loudly cries; Flames, while he spoke, came flashing from his eyes. "Traitor! dost thou to grace pretend, Clad as thou art in trophies of my friend? To his sad soul a grateful off'ring go; 'Tis Pallas gives this deadly blow." He rais'd his arm aloft, and at the word, Deep in his bosom drove the shining sword. The streaming blood distain'd his arms around, And the disdainful soul came rushing through the wound. End of Book 12. End of the Aeneid, by Virgil, translated by John Dryden. Recording by David Lipa, San Francisco, California.